Chapter 2539. Hearing this, Old Ban smiled bitterly. Safe? This is just the beginning of the disaster. Yang Kai's face changed as he asked, could it be that the lightning? Old Ban shook his head. There's no need to worry about the lightning anymore. The thunder tide is over, so there won't be such dense lightning for a month. The only thing we need to be on guard against now is the astral wind. Pai San had warned Yang Kai in the desolated city that there were 3 dangers in this passage: strange fog, lightning, and astral wind. Needless to say, the strange fog filled this passage all year round, and those who were not familiar with the path would easily get lost. Yang Kai had also witnessed the terrifying power of the falling thunder. Even with his divine sense, which was comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master, it had still been instantly severed by the falling thunder, showing just how tyrannical it was. Since the astral wind could stand side by side with the strange fog and lightning, it was obviously not to be underestimated. Old Ban's face was extremely serious at this moment, which made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy. How powerful is the astral wind? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Old Ban said, in terms of lethality, the lightning is naturally superior, but anyone familiar with this passage would rather encounter the lightning than the astral wind. Why is that? Zhong Ruo she was puzzled. Old Ban smiled bitterly, because the astral wind is continuous. Although it is not as lethal as the lightning, it can last for a long time. Wherever the astral wind passes, it is like the sharpest of artifacts. Not only can it scrape off a cultivator's flesh, it can even shake one's soul. If one stays in the astral wind for too long, they will die miserably. Hearing this, Zhong Ruo she couldn't help but shudder. She understood the meaning of Old Ban's words. Being attacked by the astral wind was like cutting flesh. The most terrifying thing was that the astral wind could even shake one's soul. Old Ban said solemnly, after the thunder tide, there will be a huge astral wind that will sweep through the entire passage. If we can't find a suitable place to hide in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, we will definitely die. Astral wind. Yang Kai's face sank, although this was the first time he had heard of this term. However, he could also imagine what kind of scene it would be. He hurriedly asked, is there a place to shelter from the wind nearby? Old Ban looked around and said in a deep voice, in order to avoid the lightning, this old man panicked and didn't know where to go. But if I'm not wrong, this should be the center of the tunnel. The central area. Zhong Ruo she frowned as her expression suddenly changed. Old Ban, didn't you say that the central area of this passage was, before she could finish her words, in a place extremely far away? Suddenly, 2 balls of dark red light appeared. The strange fog that shrouded the passageway was unable to block these 2 balls of light, allowing the 3 of them to see them clearly. An extremely cold aura suddenly filled the air and enveloped Old Ban and Zhong Ruo she, causing their hands and feet to turn cold and their bodies to shiver. Ah! Zhong Ruo she couldn't help exclaiming. Because she discovered that the 2 dark red balls of light were actually 2 extremely terrifying eyes. His eyes were filled with unimaginable hostility. It looked as if it was made from fresh blood, causing one's mind to tremble with fear at first glance. Ghost King. Yang Kai let out a low shout as he stared straight towards the 2 crimson balls of light. A vast sea of spiritual energy burst forth from his body and transformed into a pure soul attack that met these 2 balls of light head-on. After a silent collision, Yang Kai's figure shook and his face turned slightly pale. The 2 dark red balls of light that were extremely far away suddenly became red. Not only did his power not decrease, but it also increased, as if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and crush Yang Kai into dust. For a moment, Yang Kai's mind was in chaos. He felt as if he had fallen into the 9 nether purgatory, surrounded by little ghosts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They let out strange cries as they pounced on him, wanting to grab him and feast on his flesh and blood. Those little ghosts all had hateful expressions on their faces. They were savage, terrifying, and extremely shocking. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Kai Yang no longer dared to hide anything. In a flash, his right eye turned into a golden color, and a dignified vertical line appeared. From that golden pupil, a peculiar power diffused out, dispelling the illusions in his mind and stabilizing his mind. Not only that, a strange attraction force came from his right eye, as if it had turned into a bottomless abyss that wanted to suck in the Ghost King's line of sight, making it impossible to break free. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus released a brilliant 7-colored radiance as a cool and refreshing feeling filled his knowledge sea. A cold snort came from the depths of the strange fog. The Ghost King seemed to be a little angry at Yang Kai's counterattack. In an instant, a cold wind blew and the surrounding temperature increased sharply, freezing the earth in an instant. Amidst the whimpering, translucent ghost claws emerged from the depths of the ground and grabbed at the three people's ankles. This happened very quickly. Old Ban and Zhong Ruo she weren't strong enough, so after the Ghost King snorted, the two of them fell into a state of confusion, as if they had lost consciousness. They just stared forward with wide eyes, not showing the slightest reaction. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted the two people from the ground, shouting, "Ghost King, we were just escaping from the thunder tide and accidentally passed by this place. We didn't mean to disturb you, so please do us a favor." Cake. An ear-piercing laughter rang out, reverberating in all directions, making it impossible to tell where the sound came from. At the same time, the two red lights in the depths of the strange fog were annihilated. The Ghost King directly disappeared. The yin wind grew stronger, and the strange fog even began to flow. The ghosts that had disappeared because of the thunder tide had reappeared at some point, hiding in the strange fog. They roamed around Yang Kai's group, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The ghost claws that reached out from the ground gradually solidified, constantly grabbing at Yang Kai, but they were all blocked by his protective Emperor Qi, causing a sizzling sound. Yang Kai's eyes wandered as he stared in a certain direction in the strange fog and coldly snorted, "Ghost King, you can do whatever you want, but don't make a mistake." As soon as these words came out, the Ghost King seemed to be completely enraged. A huge ghost claw suddenly stretched out from the depths of the strange fog, like a mountain descending, and slammed toward Yang Kai. The claw was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear space apart. "You dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some face?" Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his mind. Instead of meeting the ghost claw, it blasted in another direction. The stream of light transformed into a long saber in midair, and its momentum was like a rainbow as it tore through the sky. Soul-splitting saber, heaven-severing slash. The attack disappeared in a flash, and from the depths of the strange fog, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. At the same time, the huge ghost claw that had almost hit Yang Kai's head disappeared, and the countless ghost claws that had emerged from the ground also disappeared. The ghosts that had gathered around were stunned for a moment before they screamed and scattered like birds. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Silence reigned, as if there had been no battle at all. Yang Kai knew that if he had not displayed his extraordinary strength at the last moment, this Ghost King would not have retreated so easily. Moreover, he had activated his secret technique, Heaven-Severing Slash, and used a Soul-type Emperor artifact to attack, but he had not injured the Ghost King much, which was a little unbelievable. This Ghost King hidden in the depths of the strange fog was not so easy to deal with. If it were not for Yang Kai's misgivings, he would not have wasted so much time talking to it. However, in this strange environment, Yang Kai really did not want to fight with it. As soon as the Ghost King left, Zhong Ruoshi and Old Ban woke up together. Both of them clearly remembered what had just happened, and their hearts couldn't help palpitating, their faces pale. "There's not much time left, let's hurry up." Old Ban did not ask why the Ghost King had retreated, but instead hurriedly led the way. The howling wind was approaching, and if they could not find shelter before it arrived, no matter how hard they struggled, they would not be able to escape death. Old Ban observed the surrounding terrain from time to time, occasionally changing direction. At first, he seemed to be a little hesitant, not sure if he was going in the right direction, but after a while, he suddenly sped up a lot, no longer needing to think too much. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that he had found the right path. After all, he was extremely familiar with this place, so even if he occasionally got lost, he would always be able to return to the right track. Soon, an incense stick worth of time passed, and a gentle breeze began to blow through the tunnel. The breeze was not strong, but when it blew on their bodies, it made their skin hurt, as if it was being cut by a knife. If it was just a breeze, What would it be like if the howling wind came? Whether it was Yang Kai or Zhong Ruoxi, they both knew that Old Ban was right. The howling wind was definitely more terrifying than the falling thunder. Although the falling thunder was irregular, there was always a safe place to hide during the thunder tide, but when the howling wind came, the entire tunnel would be dangerous. There was no safe place. The wind gradually whistled, and the strength of the wind slowly increased. Yang Kai's skin was thick, and his cultivation was high, so he was fine, but Zhong Ruoxi and Old Ban had to circulate their source qi to resist the power of the astral wind. Over there, Old Ban suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in a certain direction and shouted with joy. He couldn't help but speed up a lot as he ran. I hope there's still room over there. Before Yang Kai could understand what he meant by room, Old Ban's figure suddenly flashed and rushed into a certain place. He followed closely with Zhong Ruoxi, only to discover that the place Old Ban had taken them to was actually a cave. Strangely enough, after entering the cave, everything returned to normal. Their vision was clear, and there wasn't even any strange fog. Only a faint whistling sound could be heard from the cave behind them. As far as the eye could see, this cave was about 50 to 60 feet in radius, and could fit about 10 people. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, 5 or 6 cultivator had already taken refuge here. These people obviously knew about the howling wind, so they had found a safe haven early on, waiting for the howling wind to pass. Chapter 2540. The cultivations of the 5 or 6 people in the cave varied, ranging from the first-order Dao Source realm to the third-order realm. Yang Kai glanced around and didn't find any Emperor realm masters, so he didn't pay much attention to them. These people also glanced at Yang Kai after he came in, but aside from seeing Zhong Ruoxi, they didn't have much of a reaction. "Little brother, young lady, this way, there's space here." Old Ban called out and led Yang Kai and Zhong Ruoxi to the right side of the cave. There was still some space, so the 3 of them sat down cross-legged and waited for the howling wind to leave. The others in the cave seemed to be acting alone. Everyone was silent, so for a while, the entire cave was quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, making them feel like they were in the middle of winter. After a while, the wind grew louder and louder, and a few more people rushed in from the outside and occupied the remaining space. This cave wasn't very big and could only accommodate a dozen or so people. If there were any more, it wouldn't be possible. The few cultivators who came later all stood at the edge of the cave, their hearts on edge. They were afraid that the astral wind would blow in. If such a situation really happened, they would be the first to suffer. "Old Ban, how long will this howling wind last?" After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that the wind outside was getting louder and louder, so he asked Old Ban about it. Old Ban replied, "It's hard to say. 5 or 6 days at most, half a day at most. The wind will rise and fall without any pattern, but after the thunder tide, there will be a howling wind. Little brother, when you return from the ancient lands in the future, you must remember this." Yang Kai nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Old Ban." Old Ban smiled, "But little brother, you don't have to worry too much. Although the howling wind is scary, as long as you can find these caves before it comes, you will be fine. Then you can rest easy." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "From what Old Ban is saying, there is more than one such cave in the ancient lands." Old Ban nodded. "Of course there is more than one. The entire ancient lands passageway is surrounded by mountains on both sides, and there is a canyon less than 100 miles in between. There are caves near both sides of the mountain walls. Although I didn't count them carefully, there should be at least 10 of them. Moreover, this cave seemed to be formed naturally. Due to the special influence of the environment, it was incomparably hard. Ordinary attacks couldn't break through it at all, and it also couldn't expand. Therefore, if we wanted to find a place to hide, we had to hurry. Once we were late, there wouldn't be any space left. We were pretty lucky this time. Every year, countless cultivators die in the passage because they can't find shelter from the wind. Even if they're lucky enough to find it, it's too late." Hearing this, Zhong Ruoxi couldn't help sticking out her tongue. "No wonder I found so many skeletons at the entrance when we entered." Old Ban sneered. "These skeletons weren't all killed by the astral winds. Most of them were killed by others. Zhong Ruo, she frowned. Before she could understand what he meant, Old Ban said, "Wait a moment. Miss, you'll understand what I mean." Zhong Ruo, she looked suspicious but didn't ask any more questions. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly shot in from the outside and rushed directly into the cave with an aggressive and impatient look. But before this person could get close, a thin cultivator standing at the edge of the cave suddenly raised his hand and slapped forward. The newcomer was not to be outdone. He also met the attack with a palm. After a loud bang, the two people who were fighting moved slightly, as if they were evenly matched. The next moment, a distressed figure landed at the entrance of the cave and glared at the person who had blocked him from entering the cave. The thin cultivator coldly snorted and said with a displeased expression, "There's no space left here. Friend, go somewhere else." "Where else can there be?" The newcomer gritted his teeth and growled. He had run all the way here and seemed to have suffered a lot in the astral winds. The light on his body flickered, indicating that he had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he had been blocked, he looked flustered and exasperated. However, the person who had blocked him just now was not weak. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. The most important thing now was to find a place to shelter from the wind. Naturally, he was not in the mood to fight with the thin cultivator. His gaze swept past the thin cultivator and the others standing at the edge of the cave and fixed on Old Ban. Old Ban's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao Source realm, so he was the weakest in the cave. If he wanted to grab a place to shelter from the wind, Old Ban was undoubtedly the best target. Since there was no space, he would just grab one. But before he could ask Old Ban to leave, he suddenly frowned and glanced at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Although Yang Kai was just sitting there cross-legged and didn't release his aura, he was still in the Emperor realm, so the newcomer couldn't see through his cultivation. Moreover, Yang Kai and Old Ban were sitting together, so they were obviously companions. No matter what Yang Kai's cultivation was, the newcomer didn't want to fight with so many people. After a moment of hesitation, the newcomer's gaze moved away from Old Ban. He pointed and shouted, "Kid over there, get the hell out of here. I'll take your spot." In the direction he was pointing at was a young man in his early 30s. He was hiding in the shadows, curling up as if he didn't want anyone to discover his existence. His cultivation was the same as Old Ban's, only in the first-order Dao Source realm. Hearing the newcomer's shout, the young man curled up even tighter and pretended not to hear. The newcomer sneered. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out yourself, I'll take action. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck." Seeing that he couldn't hide, the young man raised his head and said with an aggrieved expression, "Why me? Why me?" He was the first to come to the cave after the thunder tide and had been hiding in the deepest part. He hadn't expected to be found so quickly. The newcomer's strength was 2 levels higher than his. If he really wanted to use force, he wouldn't be able to resist. But now that the howling wind was about to arrive, he had nowhere to hide. If he went out, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Hearing this, the person standing at the entrance of the cave sneered. "If you're weak, don't even think about entering the ancient land. Since you're here, you should be prepared to die at any time. Get the hell out." "I'm not going out. If I go out, I'll die anyway. Don't force me. If you force me, I'll self-detonate right here and make you all suffer." As soon as he said this, many people's faces darkened. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the young man's words. However, those who were slightly stronger didn't care. After all, he was from the first-order Dao Source realm. Even if he wanted to self-detonate, he still needed an opportunity. Among the dozen or so people present, at least half of them could subdue him before he self-detonated. Ha ha ha. The person at the entrance of the cave laughed loudly and looked at the young man mockingly. "If you want to self-detonate, go ahead. Let's see if you can blow yourself up." His fearless look made the young man panic. Since he couldn't threaten him, he could only look around and plead, "Master, please help me. I don't want to go out and die. Master, please do me a favor and stand up for me." As he spoke, he kept cupping his hands, almost kneeling down and begging for help. However, he had never met these people before, so who would care about his business at this time? Therefore, no one paid any attention to him. Zhong Ruoxi, on the other hand, couldn't bear it. But when she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't respond, she could only grit her teeth and keep quiet. An impatient look appeared on the face of the person at the entrance of the cave and he shouted, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, don't blame me for using force." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab the young man. Although the cave was narrow and crowded with many people, this person had a third-order Dao Source realm cultivation. So, his attack was very precise and didn't touch anyone else. Judging from his actions, he only wanted to grab the young man inside to free up a spot. The young man was dumbfounded. Facing the attack of a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator, he had no way to defend himself. He didn't even have the courage to self-detonate. He just stood there in a daze, waiting for misfortune to befall him. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed and Source Chi burst out. Accompanied by a soft puff, the person at the entrance of the cave suddenly swayed and involuntarily fell back a few steps. After regaining his footing, the person was furious and shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to meddle in my business?" Obviously, someone had blocked his attack just now, and the person's cultivation wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a loss. He looked around and quickly locked his gaze on Zhong Ruoxi. His gaze changed slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's you." "Yes, it's me," Zhong Ruoxi readily admitted. The man's face couldn't help but become a little ugly as he stared at Zhong Ruoxi gloomily. If it was just Zhong Ruoxi alone, he wouldn't be too worried, but the key was that Yang Kai was clearly with Zhong Ruoxi. Once he fought with Zhong Ruoxi, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. When the time came, he would have to fight 1 against 2. How good would it be for him? So, he just pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, "Young lady, the howling wind is about to hit. This one just wants to find a place to lie low and have no other intentions. If young lady can make an exception, this one will definitely thank you. But if young lady wants to meddle in other people's business, then this one will have to ask for a lesson. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered." Although these words were said to Zhong Ruoxi, he had been observing the changes in Yang Kai's expression. To his disappointment, Yang Kai just sat there without the slightest reaction, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He really couldn't figure out whether Zhong Ruoxi and Yang Kai were on the same side. You can find a place to lie low, but everything has to be first come, first served. There's no space here, so how can you drive others away? Your life is a life, but other lives aren't. Zhong Ruoxi looked at the man angrily. In the past, the Zhong family was bullied because they were weak, so she couldn't stand such bullying. Just now, after holding back for a while, she couldn't help but take action. Chapter 2541. The man at the entrance of the cave shouted angrily, "Young lady, are you trying to stand up for him? Have you ever thought about whether it's worth it? In my opinion, you don't know this person, right? Why offend him for him?" Zhong Ruoxi snorted, "I don't know whether it's worth it or not, but I can't stand it. If I can't stand it, then I'll take action." "You're unreasonable." The man outside the cave was furious. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, almost setting him on fire. What an unlucky year. Where did this little girl come from? She's so fond of meddling in other people's business, especially when it's a matter of life and death. Normally, he would have the time to argue with Zhong Ruoxi, but right now, he didn't have the leisure. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at the man at the entrance of the cave, saying lightly, "The wind outside is getting stronger and stronger. If this friend doesn't find another shelter, I'm afraid it will be too late." Hearing this, the man stared deeply at Yang Kai, his eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to leave behind a vicious word. He also knew that if he continued to entangle with Zhong Ruoxi, he would miss the best opportunity. He might not be able to grab a spot here, and he would definitely die in the howling wind. If he left now, there might be a chance. He had no choice but to take a gamble. "Many thanks, young lady." This one will never forget your life-saving grace. I will repay you generously in the future." The young man hiding in the deepest part of the cave kept cupping his hands to Zhong Ruoshi, his gratitude overflowing with words. If Zhong Ruoshi hadn't stood up for him just now, at this moment, he would have been thrown out of the cave to fend for himself. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Zhong Ruoshi. Zhong Ruoshi waved her hand and smiled. "It's nothing." This smile seemed to light up the entire cave. The young man's eyes widened as he stared at it, revealing a stunned expression. Noticing his expression, Zhong Ruoshi's face turned slightly red, her heart secretly annoyed. Old Ban coughed lightly. He smiled bitterly. This old man admires young ladies' kindness, but it's useless. What? Zhong Ruoshi turned to look at Old Ban with a puzzled expression. Old Ban sighed. "When the wind blows, all the cultivator will fight over this shelter. You can drive away one person, but can you drive away all of them?" Just as he finished speaking, a few whooshing sounds came from outside. Immediately after, several figures shot out of the strange fog like rainbows. He directly rushed to the entrance of the cave. These people were obviously looking for a place to take shelter from the wind. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave and looked inside, they found that the cave was already packed with people. Their faces sank. However, they seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago, so they didn't waste any time and directly summoned their respective artifacts. They launched their most ferocious attacks at the few people standing at the edge of the cave. The light flickered. Amidst the chaos of spiritual energy, two miserable cries could be heard. Two of the cultivators standing at the edge of the cave didn't even have time to react before they were killed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and a pungent smell filled the air. Among the cultivators, someone laughed and casually kicked the two corpses away, shouting, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and make way for us." As soon as he finished speaking, the attacks of those people became more and more ferocious, and the few cultivators at the edge of the cave complained incessantly. Zhong Ruoshi was dumbfounded. She now understood why there were so many skeletons at the entrance of the cave. It turned out that these skeletons were not killed by the astral winds, but by the hands of others. Every time the wind blew, countless battles would erupt in this cave, and there would always be people who would fall here. Over the years, it was not an exaggeration to call this place the graveyard of martial artists. The situation in this cave was like this, and the other caves were probably the same. This wasn't a simple spar, but a true life and death struggle. Because no matter who it was, everyone knew that if they were unable to seize a spot in this cave, then they would sooner or later die within the astral winds. So they attacked without mercy, and every single move was fatal. For a while, the sky at the entrance of the cave was dark, and sand and stones were flying everywhere. The battle here wasn't over yet, and a few more people rushed in from the outside, attacking fiercely without saying a word. The battle was extremely chaotic, and from time to time, people would scream and fall. The ground was dyed red with blood, and broken corpses and severed limbs could be seen everywhere at the entrance of the cave. The strong smell of blood was simply nauseating. The great waves washed away the sand. Those who could survive such a chaotic situation were extremely powerful masters. Those who were slightly weaker weren't qualified to live at all. These masters rushed through the entrance of the cave and fiercely squeezed in, as if they wanted to squeeze into the depths of the cave. This was because only by squeezing into the depths of the cave could they truly rest easy. If they stayed outside, they would only become the target of the latecomers' attacks. In a short while, the entire cave was in complete chaos. The battle at the edge of the cave was in full swing, and the sound of killing filled the cave. The light of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed from time to time. The people around them seemed to be all enemies, with no companions at all. Yang Kai and the other two were originally deep in the right side of the cave, but at this moment, they were inevitably involved in the battle. However, after Yang Kai casually killed two masters from the third-order Dao Source realm who wanted to attack Zhong Ruoshi and Old Ban, the situation finally improved. The cultivator who rushed in from the outside should have realized that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with, so they instinctively avoided his position. Even Zhong Ruoshi and Old Ban had some free time. From time to time, a cultivator would be thrown out of the cave by more powerful masters. As time passed, less than half of the original dozen or so people were left in the cave. The rest were all people who rushed in later. The wind whistled, and the force of the wind gradually increased. At a certain moment, those cultivators who had failed to successfully rush into the cave and were still outside suddenly cried out in alarm, each and every one of them showing a look of extreme horror as they desperately tried to rush inside, but they were all blocked by the others around them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the exposed flesh of these people seemed to have been cut by an invisible knife, peeling off piece by piece, revealing the muscles and bones inside. The screams were tragic, and the horrifying scene made everyone's scalp tingle and their hands and feet turn cold. Everyone hiding in the cave involuntarily took a step back. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cultivators who were still outside the cave had turned into skeletons. Their clothes and even their flesh and blood had all disappeared. Their white skeletons were scattered all over the ground, emitting a soft rustling sound. "We're safe now." After a long time, Old Ban suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The power of the astral wind technique had been fully displayed. At this time, the cultivator who hadn't found a place to shelter from the astral wind wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, no one would try to force their way into the cave. The dozen or so cultivators still hiding in the cave naturally didn't have to worry about others seizing their spots. Speaking of which, it was strange. Before this, everyone was fighting for themselves, and almost everyone around them was an enemy. They had more or less fought with others, and it was as if they hated others for killing their parents and stealing their wives. But at this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew their hostility. They looked at each other and sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. It was as if nothing had happened just now. The battle just now was for the sake of seizing shelter, so it was a fight to the death. Now that the crisis was over, there was no need to fight. Everyone understood this. Zhongruo, she turned her head and looked around, but didn't find the young man she had saved earlier. She couldn't help but sigh, knowing that he must have been killed or thrown out in the chaotic battle just now. Old Ban said that what she did was useless, and he wasn't lying. She could save the young man once, but she couldn't keep him safe forever. On the path of a cultivator, only one's own strength was their true capital. At present, there were more than a dozen people in the cave. Except for Old Ban, who was from the First-Order Dao Source Realm, the rest were all Second-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and most of them were Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Most of them had broken in later, so their auras were extremely powerful. The previous battle had caused many people to expend a lot of energy, so at this moment, everyone was recuperating. The cave was silent for a while, and only the constant whistling sounds coming from outside the cave made people worry that the astral wind would blow into the cave. The astral wind technique showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. 2 hours later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly frowned and looked out of the cave. Inexplicably, he had a faint sense of uneasiness. However, at this moment, the cave was shrouded in a strange fog, and the wind was howling fiercely. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't probe outside, so he had no idea what was going on outside. Just as he was paying close attention, a burst of ghostly wailing and howling suddenly came from the depths of the strange fog. Although the sound was a little out of tune due to the howling wind, everyone could hear it clearly. Many pairs of eyes opened, and they all looked forward in surprise and bewilderment. "Everyone, did you hear something?" One of the cultivators closest to the cave frowned and asked. "Ghosts." Another person replied in a deep voice. "PH, there are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway. What's so strange about that? Who knows how many people die here all year round? It's normal for some ghosts to breed. Of course, I know that there are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway, but don't you feel that these ghosts are approaching us?" The cultivator who spoke first asked in surprise. "Haha, this friend must be joking. When the astral wind howls, not only do we need to find a place to hide, but the ghosts also generally don't come out. They are all dormant in secret places, so why would they approach us? Yes, this king has been here for several years, but he hasn't encountered any ghosts when the astral wind howls. Isn't this friend thinking too much?" "That's true. The man thought about it and felt that it was true, so he stopped thinking about it. Chapter 2542. Their discussion naturally reached Yang Kai's ears. Not only did he not feel relieved, but his expression grew even more solemn. He asked in a low voice, "Old Ban, are you sure the ghosts won't come out when the wind blows?" Old Ban replied solemnly, "Under normal circumstances, they won't. The astral winds are extremely powerful, and even the ghosts here can't withstand them. If they act rashly, they'll likely be blown into ashes. But what? But nothing is absolute. The ghosts won't come out when the wind blows, not because they can't, but because they don't want to. This old man has encountered such a situation once before. But it's very rare, so little brother can." Old Ban's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight at the entrance of the cave with a horrified expression. More than a dozen translucent figures suddenly rushed out of the strange fog. The figures appeared to be humanoid, but they were somewhat blurry, making it difficult to distinguish them clearly. But no matter which one it was, they all exuded an extremely ruthless and cold aura. As soon as the translucent figures rushed out of the strange fog, they opened their mouths and hissed. Their blurry facial features instantly became ferocious and terrifying, as if they were about to devour someone. "Fuck, they're ghosts. They're really coming. Whose crow's beak was so good? Everyone, be careful." Several cultivators at the entrance of the cave shouted in an instant. They no longer dared to sit cross-legged and stood up to defend themselves. They were all at the edge of the cave, so when the ghosts rushed out, they were the first to bear the brunt, unable to advance or retreat. They could only do their best to resist. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their hands as secret treasures were summoned one after another, rumbling as they attacked the ghosts. To be able to fight for a spot in this cave, these people were naturally not ordinary people. However, their attacks did not have much effect on these ghosts. They only caused the translucent figures to freeze for a moment, but not a single one of them was killed. "Not good. They're all at the ghost general level," someone exclaimed, his expression changing greatly. Ghosts were also divided into different levels, from ordinary yin souls to ghost generals, ghost commanders, and even ghost kings. Each level was stronger than the last. Ordinary yin spirits weren't that powerful, and even a cultivator like Old Ban could easily deal with them. However, once a ghost general or ghost commander appeared, Old Ban wouldn't be able to resist them easily. As for the Ghost King, he was also the overlord of the ancient land's passageway. Not even the people of the Emperor realm dared to underestimate him. When the Ghost King attacked earlier, Old Ban and Zhongruo she couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's protection, the two of them wouldn't even know how they died. Therefore, when the cultivator in the cave heard that these were all ghost general level ghosts, his expression changed drastically. Everyone was in danger. All the attacks that landed on these ghost generals were unable to cause any fatal damage. It only paused for a moment before it pounced over even more ferociously. However, the cultivators at the cave entrance had obviously lived in the ancient lands all year round, so they were very experienced in dealing with these ghosts. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces as they waited for the ghost generals to come within 10 feet of them before suddenly bursting out with spiritual energy and releasing their own soul attacks. Streaks of formless energy fiercely struck those ghost generals. Accompanied by shrill screams, more than half of these ghost generals were eliminated in an instant. The few that survived were also dimmed, obviously injured. However, these ghost generals didn't have sentience. Even if they were seriously injured, they still bared their fangs and brandished their claws fiercely. Another burst of spiritual energy was unleashed, and the remaining few ghost generals followed in the footsteps of their companions. Seeing this, the cultivator at the entrance of the cave couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although with their cultivation, they weren't afraid of these ghost generals, they were currently avoiding the howling wind, so naturally, they didn't want to think about any twists and turns. Fortunately, there weren't many ghost generals, so they were easily eliminated. "There's more." Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice. "What?" The faces of the cultivators at the entrance of the cave changed. Before they could ask clearly, they already understood what Yang Kai meant. Because from the strange fog, another group of ghost generals had rushed out, and their violent and ferocious auras were exactly the same as the previous group. Show. More and more yin souls appeared, the auras of these yin souls fluctuating. Some were ordinary yin souls, some were ghost generals, and even some were ghost commanders. In just the blink of an eye, the entire entrance of the cave was completely surrounded by these yin souls. The densely packed translucent figures were innumerable, giving people the illusion that they had fallen into the netherworld. Gudong. The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard as everyone stared at the entrance of the cave with an ugly expression, their hearts extremely uneasy. How could it be like this? When the howling wind is blowing, why are there so many yin souls? What the hell is going on? Don't talk nonsense, if you don't want to die then hurry up and kill. The crowd, who had already calmed down, cried out in alarm, not daring to believe what they were seeing. While they were hesitating, the yin souls had already launched another attack. The cultivators at the entrance of the cave were helpless and could only desperately urge their spiritual energy, supplementing it with source chi to kill these yin souls, their spiritual energy constantly bursting forth. Mournful screams rang out one after another as one yin soul after another was turned to ash, but these yin souls seemed to be inexhaustible. The cultivators at the entrance of the cave fought for a while, and although the results were quite good, they helplessly discovered that not only did the number of yin souls not decrease, it actually increased the more they killed. This situation caused them to fall into despair. The most effective way to kill these yin souls was to wait for them to approach and then use their spiritual energy, but spiritual energy was not inexhaustible and every time it was used, it consumed a great deal of energy. Once they ran out of energy, they could only wait for death. Moreover, if they used too much spiritual energy, it was very likely that their foundation would be damaged. This was something no cultivator was willing to encounter. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the cultivators at the entrance of the cave turned pale and cold sweat soaked their bodies. It was obvious that they had expended a great deal of energy. Brothers behind, please help us, we can't hold on much longer. That's right. Hurry up and help. If we die, it will be your turn next. If the skin doesn't exist, where will the hair go? Who can help me for a while? I need to rest for a while. My spiritual energy is almost exhausted. I'll be very grateful. Inside the cave, the remaining 8 or 9 cultivators all looked dignified when they heard this. Although they all understood that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold, no one dared to go up and replace them at this critical moment. If they waited until their spiritual energy was exhausted and there was no one to replace them, wouldn't they die miserably? Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Therefore, although everyone looked dignified, no one said anything, let alone replace the cultivators at the entrance of the cave. Old Ban. Do you think? Yang Kai suddenly glanced at Old Ban and asked through sound transmission. Old Ban only needed to think for a moment to understand what he meant. He nodded slightly and said, it's possible. When the wind blew, ghosts generally wouldn't move, but the current situation was inexplicable. Moreover, judging from the stance of these yin souls, they seemed to be staring at the cave, as if they had a grudge against someone here. This inevitably reminded Yang Kai of the Ghost King from before. The Ghost King had suffered a loss at his hands, so it might have something to do with this current situation. The Ghost King was aware that it was not Yang Kai's opponent, so it took advantage of this opportunity to mobilize the ghosts in the passage, wanting to trap Yang Kai here. Yang Kai was indeed powerful, but at this moment, he had no way to escape. As long as the ghosts kept attacking, Yang Kai would be killed one day. If that was the case, then Yang Kai was the culprit, and the others were just implicated. While Yang Kai and Old Ban were secretly communicating, a voice suddenly rose from the cave. Someone in the cave suddenly stood up and shouted, everyone, at this moment of life and death, if you want to preserve your lives, we should all work together. Yes, of course we should work together. It's rare for a brother to be so righteous. Hurry up and help me block for a while. This one is willing to give 20 million source crystals as a thank you gift. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator at the entrance of the cave quickly spoke up. His face was pale, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He couldn't wait to grab the speaker so he could rest. The speaker glanced at him and said in a clear voice, "Friend, please wait for a moment. This one will discuss it carefully with you. It won't take too much time. What's there to discuss? We'll all die if we continue to discuss. We're blocking here while you guys sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you don't come and help, don't blame me for letting some ghosts in. That's right, if we're going to die, we'll all die together. No one will live alone." When the speaker heard this, he frowned and said, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please give this 130 breaths of time. I will definitely come up with a plan that will satisfy you." As soon as this was said, the cultivator who was struggling to kill the yin souls at the entrance of the cave no longer clamored. This was because this person's words sounded very sincere, so they all wanted to know what he was going to say. Moreover, they could hold on for 30 breaths of time. Seeing that no one else had any objections, the speaker cupped his fists again and said, "Chi He Feng from the Chi family fort greets you all." Chi family fort. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Chi He Feng and happened to see him looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Chi He Feng smiled at Yang Kai. Kai Yang couldn't help but sniff his nose, thinking that this guy wouldn't recognize him, right? Otherwise, why would he show such a smile? So it's a friend from the Chi family fort. I've heard so much about you. When Chi He Feng announced his origin, many people showed a look of understanding. It seemed that they had all heard about the Chi family fort. After all, the Chi family fort was considered a powerful force in the ancient lands and had some prestige. Chi He Feng didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "I believe that everyone can see the current situation. If these friends really die from exhaustion, the next group to be attacked will definitely be us. These yin souls seem to be endless, and we don't know how many of them there are. If they really attack us one by one, I don't think that many of you will be able to survive. Therefore, I implore that everyone can put aside their personal opinions and sincerely cooperate to resist. Only then will we have a chance to survive." Chapter 2543. There are exactly 12 people here, and the cave entrance isn't very wide. It can only accommodate 4 people standing side by side. What I mean is that everyone can be divided into 3 groups and take turns blocking the entrance to stop these ghosts. Each group will block for an incense stick's worth of time, and the next group will take over. In this way, after every round, all of you will have about an hour of rest. It is enough for you to recover 70 to 80% of your strength and not be completely exhausted. These ghosts, kill them if you can, and block them if you can't. The howling wind will eventually pass, and as long as it stops, we can leave this place. There's no need to be entangled with them anymore, and we'll have a chance to survive. However, if we want to cooperate like this, we must do our best and trust each other. We can't each have ulterior motives. This is this Chi's suggestion. What do you all think? After Chi He Feng finished speaking, he turned his head and looked around. The 4 people who were blocking the ghosts at the entrance of the cave naturally had no objections. They had already taken the lead in blocking the ghosts for a while, and now was the time to recover and rest. They immediately cheered and nodded repeatedly, wishing they could retreat right away. Although the others couldn't see their expressions, as long as they had a normal mind, they knew that Chi He Feng was right. In this kind of crisis, they had to cooperate with others if they wanted to survive. After all, there was no way to escape in this situation. Therefore, after a moment of silence, someone nodded and said, "Brother Chi is right. I agree. Agreed. Agreed." The general trend was irresistible, and everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, most of the people in the cave reached a consensus. Chi He Feng turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. He looked like he was asking for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "Let's do it this way." Chi He Feng's expression turned solemn as he said, "Since no one has any objections, let's begin the implementation. However, this Chi will say this first, there cannot be the slightest mistake in this cooperation. If anyone dares to slack off, I will take action. Or if you have other devious thoughts, then don't blame us for killing you together." Of course. Soon, under Chi He Feng's leadership, the remaining 8 people were divided into 2 groups. He must have seen that young Kai was with Zhongruo Shi and Old Ban, so he didn't separate the 3 of them. Instead, he let another second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator work with Yang Kai's trio to prepare for the 3rd round. After the allocation of personnel, Qi Hifeng rushed out with the other 3. Meanwhile, the 4 people who were originally blocking the entrance of the cave retreated simultaneously. Step aside. Soon, Qi Hifeng and the others were engaged in a fierce battle with the ghosts. The original 4 retreated to the back, each taking out pills and meditating to recover. There was not much time left for them, only less than an hour. Therefore, they had to hurry up. After the change of personnel, the perilous line of defense suddenly became impregnable. Qi Hifeng and the others had a high cultivation base. Under the brilliance of their secret techniques and secret treasures, the ghosts were forced to retreat, and the ghosts were constantly killed. Seeing this situation, everyone couldn't help but feel that Qi Hifeng's proposal was correct. If they could escape from death this time, Qi Hifeng would definitely be the biggest contributor. If he hadn't stood up at the critical moment to organize everyone to resist, the 12 people here would still be scattered. Qi Hifeng and the others resisted for an incense stick worth of time. Although he had used up a lot of energy, he had managed to get through it without any mishap. Seeing that time was almost up, Yang Kai slowly got up and said softly, "Old Ban, hide behind me and deal with some of the ghosts that slip through the net." Hearing this, Old Ban didn't say much and just nodded gently. He was the weakest here, only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Furthermore, he was quite old, so not to mention those ghost general-level yin souls, even if a dozen or 20 ordinary yin souls came at him, it would be enough to send him to his doom. He knew that Yang Kai's cultivation was extraordinary. He wasn't even afraid of the Ghost King, so how could he be afraid of the Ghost King's subordinates? He wanted to protect himself, so there was no reason for him to refuse. While he was moving, Yang Kai took Zhongruo Shi, Old Ban, and another second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to replace Qi Hifeng's group of 4. As soon as Zhongruo Shi made her move, an astonishing brilliance bloomed as an extremely rich and pure spiritual energy burst out, transforming into invisible blades that swept across the entire area like a divine artifact. The yin souls gathered at the entrance of the cave were cut down like straws. The second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who was in the same group as Yang Kai and the others turned his head to look at Zhongruo Shi in amazement. Only then did he realize that this beautiful girl was so powerful. For a moment, he was both in awe and awe. Perhaps it was because of his self-esteem, but he also gritted his teeth and desperately released his spiritual energy, lest others look down on him. Yang Kai's performance wasn't as exaggerated as Zhongruo Shi's, but every time he released his spiritual energy, he would quietly kill a large number of yin souls. Most of these yin souls were hidden in the strange fog nearby, so no matter how big the commotion he made, no one else could see them. Occasionally, he would deliberately let 1 or 2 ordinary yin souls go and let Old Ban deal with them. It wasn't that he wanted to take care of Old Ban's self-esteem, but the other 11 people in the cave were sincerely working together to resist the yin souls. If Old Ban appeared to be doing nothing, it would be somewhat unjustified. Old Ban was able to deal with 1 or 2 ordinary yin souls easily. He didn't appear to be doing nothing, nor did he appear to be in any danger. As soon as Yang Kai and the others took over the defense, the situation changed greatly. Previously, no matter who stood at the entrance of the cave, they could see a dense swarm of yin souls. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't kill them all. Instead, the more they killed, the more yin souls there were, making them feel desperate. But now, while Zhongruo Shi was killing yin souls on the surface, Yang Kai was secretly cutting off the yin souls' reinforcements. So, in just 10 breaths of time, the situation at the entrance of the cave became much clearer. The number of yin souls was significantly reduced, giving people the illusion that a calamity was about to be averted. Seeing this, the remaining 8 people who were resting couldn't help but feel excited, as if they had seen the light of hope in the haze. All of them beamed with joy. After another incense stick worth of time, the first group of 4 people took the initiative to come over and replace them without the need for Yang Kai and the others to call out. At this time, no one was only thinking about their own life and death. Everyone knew that if they wanted to live, they could only cooperate with others. However, not long after they took over, they found that the number of yin souls that they had killed had increased again, which was very depressing. In this way, the 12 people in the cave worked together in an orderly manner, constantly resisting the yin souls' invasion. After a day, everyone's expressions gradually became solemn. It had been an entire day, but the ghosts showed no signs of retreating. Instead, they continued to charge towards the cave. During this day of continuous fighting, most people had more or less suffered injuries. Although these injuries weren't fatal, if they weren't treated in time, it would be very troublesome. Only Yang Kai's group of 4 was unscathed because of Yang Kai's secret protection. Injuries aside, the crux of the matter was that using spiritual energy for such a long period of time was unbearable for anyone. Even though they had half an hour to recover each time, and even though they had the assistance of pills and medicines, the exhaustion could not be dispelled. What made the situation even worse was that the spirit pills that could restore spiritual energy were basically all used up. Once the spiritual energy recovery pills were used up, their spiritual energy wouldn't be effectively replenished, and if the howling wind didn't stop, only death would await them. A trace of uneasiness spread in the cave. Chi Hifeng even took the initiative to take out his extra spiritual energy recovery pills and distribute them to the others, but it was still a drop in the bucket and didn't make much of a difference. After another half a day, the situation was getting worse. Everyone's mood had begun to become unstable, and they were constantly shouting and cursing to vent their anger. Chi Hifeng's brows furrowed, but there was no good way to change the situation. He could only turn his gaze to Yang Kai, his eyes full of pleading. Yang Kai glanced at him and snorted. Although he was cursing in his heart, he couldn't stay out of this at this time. After telling Old Ban and Zhong Ruo not to follow him, he slowly got up and walked towards the entrance of the cave step by step. The others looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was going to do. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai took a light breath and with a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword leisurely unsheathed and a surging aura suddenly spread out. *1. The entire cave seemed to tremble. This is the Emperor Realm. There's actually a master from the Emperor Realm here? Everyone stared at Yang Kai, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, dumbfounded. His heroic figure seemed to grow taller in an instant, and even the 4 people who were struggling to resist at the entrance of the cave turned their heads to look at him in a daze. Although Yang Kai had performed well before, he hadn't shown his full strength, and the others hadn't paid much attention to him when their lives were in danger. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that Yang Kai was actually from the Emperor Realm. No wonder the 3 people who were with him were completely unharmed. No wonder every time he went out to defend, the number of ghosts would decrease. Although everyone found it strange before, they didn't think too much about it. Now, they finally understood. Haha, we're saved. Damn it, I thought I was going to die here this time. It seems that the King of Hell won't accept me. Master, hurry up and teach these bastards a lesson. Everyone cheered and cried out in joy. It was as if as long as Yang Kai took action, he would be able to kill all the ghosts in front of them. Chapter 2544. Chi Hifeng cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Many thanks, Master." Although Yang Kai had no other choice but to act at this moment, as long as he could repel these yin souls, he would be everyone's savior, so Chi Hifeng's gratitude was not a problem. "All of you, go back to the rear," Yang Kai said, his figure flickering as he arrived in front of the 4 people blocking the entrance to the cave. Hearing this, the 4 of them quickly retreated behind Yang Kai, as if their feet were smeared with oil. Their movements were extremely straightforward. As soon as the 4 people retreated, the countless yin souls roared and madly rushed inside, each one of them terrifying, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat for Yang Kai, not knowing if he could stop them all by himself. The Emperor Realm was indeed powerful, but Yang Kai had also fought here for a day and a half, so he had consumed some of his strength. Now that he had become the only hope in everyone's eyes, naturally no one wanted anything to happen to him. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai's figure was as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. Only when the yin souls and yin souls were 3 inches away from him did his spiritual energy suddenly burst out like a tsunami. Hong. It was as if an invisible wall had appeared in front of Yang Kai, blocking all the yin souls and preventing them from getting any closer. Not only that, under the invisible strangling force, these yin souls began to dissolve at an extremely fast speed, letting out miserable cries one after another. That scene was like snowflakes falling from the sky encountering a scorching sun. Wherever the sun passed, the snowflakes would melt away completely. But this was not the end. Yang Kai swept out with his myriad sword. A tyrannical attack swept up a series of sword phantoms. Like meteors, they swept out in all directions. More and more yin souls were destroyed. Although this kind of attack was not as effective as divine sense attacks against yin souls, Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm and his myriad sword was an Emperor artifact, so how could its power be lacking? The ordinary yin souls and ghost generals were crushed to pieces upon contact, turning into ashes. Only some powerful ghost commanders were barely able to survive, but they were also forced to retreat. He fled far away. Seeing this scene, the spirits of everyone in the cave rose, and the haze and despair in their eyes disappeared, replaced by incomparable excitement. "Friend, you don't look too good." Chi Hifeng suddenly turned his head and asked a man with a bitter face beside him. His face was full of concern. "Is it serious?" Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of the bitter gourd-faced man. However, he quickly covered it up and shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Chi. My injuries aren't that serious. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Chi Hifeng smiled and said, "That's good. With this master's help, we'll be able to defeat him. Our lives will not be in danger. Once this crisis is over, he will be our savior." The man didn't know why Chi Hifeng was nagging at him. Although he was impatient, he could only force a smile and said, "Yes." Chi Hifeng asked again, "Which sect are you from?" The bitter gourd-faced man said, "I don't belong to any sect. I'm alone." Chi Hifeng raised his eyebrows and said, "To be able to cultivate to the third order Dao source realm alone, you seem to be quite talented. Are you interested in joining the Chi family fort?" "Brother Chi, you flatter me, but I'm used to being free and unrestrained. I don't want to join any forces for the time being." "Okay." Chi Hifeng smiled slightly. Without saying anything more, he turned his head to pay attention to the movements of Yang Kai. The bitter gourd-faced man frowned slightly and quietly glanced at Chi Hifeng. Seeing that his expression was normal, as if he was just casually chatting with him, the bitter gourd-faced man was relieved. At the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai was guarding the pass. Wherever his sword passed, the yin souls would retreat. Occasionally, a few escaped, but they were intercepted and killed by the people behind them. They couldn't break into the cave at all. Everyone instantly relaxed, and they didn't have the anxiety and uneasiness from before. As long as Yang Kai could persist like this, they would definitely be able to survive this disaster. The Emperor realm was indeed extraordinary. Many people showed a look of admiration. They were afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After all, there was a limit to one's strength. In fact, everyone's worries soon came true. After half a day, everyone obviously found that Yang Kai's attacks were not as sharp as before. Whether it was the sword or the soul attack, the power was greatly reduced. The most obvious change was that there were more yin souls that escaped the net. However, this was not surprising. Yang Kai could hold on for half a day by himself, which was a reflection of his strength. It should be known that before, when they were in a group of 4, they could only hold on for half an hour. After another half a day, Yang Kai's hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. His face was slightly pale, and it was obvious that he was reaching his limit. Chi Hifeng got up and said, "Master, you should go back and rest for a while. Leave the rest to us." "Yes, Master, if you fall, we won't be able to escape either. It's more important for you to rest first." The others hurriedly echoed and tried to persuade him. They didn't really care about Yang Kai. It was just that Yang Kai was now the mainstay of this place. Without Yang Kai, the remaining people's chances of survival were too low. Hearing this, Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. He had been here for a day, and the others had almost recovered. Even if he retreated now, the remaining people could hold on for a while. At this moment, the howling of the wind outside the cave suddenly weakened, and to a great extent. Everyone was stunned and carefully looked outside the cave. After a while, someone said in a trembling voice, "The wind is going to pass soon. Ha ha ha. The wind is going to pass soon. This is good. It's really going to pass soon. The heavens haven't given up on me. The heavens haven't given up on me." Realizing that the wind was going to pass soon, everyone shouted excitedly, as if they had picked up an amazing treasure. They couldn't wait to share this news with the world. What made everyone even happier was that as the wind rapidly weakened, the yin souls and ghosts seemed to have received some kind of order and retreated into the depths of the strange fog. In the blink of an eye, the crisis that had surrounded the cave for more than 2 days had been resolved. Everyone was overjoyed. One by one, they squeezed to the entrance of the cave and stuck their heads out to look outside. They wanted to make sure that it was really safe. As far as they could see, the astral wind outside was about to disappear. The weak wind was not enough to cause great damage, and there was not a single ghost shadow in the depths of the strange fog. The calamity had really passed just like that. "Master, be careful," Chi He Feng suddenly shouted. At the same time, a turbid light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the cave and attacked Yang Kai's mind. In a flash, Yang Kai's body shook violently, as if he could fall at any time. In the next moment, a figure appeared behind Kai Yang and slammed a palm towards his forehead. "You dare!" Chi He Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he chased after the figure, but it happened so suddenly that he was one step too late. He could only watch as the unguarded Yang Kai was hit by the palm. The others were also shocked and hurriedly scattered, alert to the surroundings, not knowing what had happened. Hong. A muffled sound rang out as a palm slammed into Kai Yang's head. The person who had slapped him had a ferocious grin on his face. After successfully slapping Kai Yang, he quickly fled, not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would only be attacked by the crowd. After all, Yang Kai had saved everyone's lives and could be considered their benefactor. When their benefactor was attacked, whether they liked it or not, they had to put on an act to capture the culprit. Before this person left, he turned his head and glanced at Zhong Ruoshi with a smug look on his face. However, instead of panicking, Zhong Ruoshi was staring at him coldly, showing no intention of stopping him. "What's going on?" The man's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a little uneasy. "You want to leave after hitting someone?" Suddenly, a voice that made his hair stand on end came from behind. The man quickly turned his head and saw Yang Kai looking at him with a playful expression. Yang Kai's originally pale face was no longer pale and was instead filled with a ruddy glow. His previously weak aura had also become extremely vigorous at this moment. He doesn't show the slightest sign of weakness. How is this possible? Even if Yang Kai is the Emperor realm, how can he not consume any energy after standing guard at the cave entrance for an entire day? Or could it be that he had been hiding his strength from the beginning, and what he had displayed was not his full strength at all? Thinking of this, the man's clothes were soaked in cold sweat. On the other side, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's ankle. With a little force, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "Ah!" The man screamed and tried to circulate his strength to resist, but was shocked to find that under Yang Kai's grip, his cultivation had been sealed and he couldn't use any strength at all. Yang Kai casually threw the man back into the cave, where he hit the cave wall and bled profusely. "What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?" It wasn't until now that the other cultivator gradually reacted, but the scene in front of them confused them. They had no idea what was going on and why Yang Kai was fighting with the cultivator. Chi He Feng said with a cold face, "This person has ulterior motives. He actually took advantage of the master's weakness to launch a sneak attack. This is insane and unforgivable." Everyone was shocked and looked at the cultivator who had fallen to the ground. This person was none other than the man with the sour face that Chi He Feng had chatted with before. Perhaps because of the unbearable pain, the sour face looked even more like a bitter gourd, and his forehead was full of sweat. Truly detestable. If it wasn't for this lord, all of us would have lost our lives here. We've only just managed to escape now, yet not only do you not know how to repay kindness, you actually dare to secretly kill this lord. Do you even have any conscience? Such a despicable person should suffer the pain of having his soul extracted and refined. This one is not talented, but I know a little about soul refining. If the master needs it, just ask, and I guarantee that he will regret being born into this world. Hihi, I also know a little. If the master needs it, I can also help. I guarantee that he won't die in 10 days or half a month, but he will suffer a fate worse than death. When the sour face heard this, his face turned as white as snow and his whole body trembled. Chapter 25:45. Speak. Why did you attack this master? Someone glared at the bitter face and shouted sternly. The bitter face clenched his teeth. Although the pain was unbearable, he didn't say a word. Heh, it seems you're a tough nut to crack. We'll have to extract your soul and refine it to find out what's going on, another person approached with a grin. Ha ha ha. The bitter face suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was so crazy that everyone was stunned. After a while, his laughter faded and he said coldly, "You want to extract my soul and refine it? Then you'll have to have the guts to do so. Do you know what sect I come from? If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, your sect and family will not be able to rest in peace in the future." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. This scowling man's attitude of "I have a great background, I have a great background" really made everyone feel apprehensive. Thinking about it carefully, since he dared to attack someone from the Emperor realm, he must have something to rely on. Maybe he really was a disciple from a top sect. Otherwise, why would he attack someone from the Emperor realm for no reason? Perhaps Kai Yang had some kind of grudge with this top sect, so this person had decided to attack him here. Previously, everyone was grateful to Yang Kai for saving their lives, so they didn't think too much about it. Now that they thought about it, they realized that this matter was strange. Ha ha ha, scared? Sour gourd face took in everyone's expressions and couldn't help but sneer. I advise you all to mind your own business. Don't worry about the frost on other people's roof. Do what you should do, and don't be in front of me. Pa. Before he could finish speaking, Zhong Ruo suddenly flashed in front of him. A slap swept across his face. The bitter-faced man was stunned by the slap. Stars appeared in front of his eyes and his head was dizzy. He didn't recover for a long time. Under that slap, more than a dozen of his teeth flew out and blood flowed out of his mouth. Yang Kai was attacked. Although it was scary, it wasn't dangerous. But it still made Zhong Ruo furious. She never thought that there would be such an ungrateful person in this world. Yang Kai had just saved his life, and now he wanted to kill him. This kind of person was not worth pitying. If she hadn't suppressed the anger in her heart, this slap would have taken his life. Others were afraid of the bitter face, but Zhong Ruo had nothing to fear. It seemed that because she was really angry, an unimaginable violent aura spread out from Zhong Ruo's body. It made her look like a crazed beast. Everyone was stunned and stared blankly at her. None of them had imagined that this young woman that was beautiful like a celestial maiden would actually have such a shocking side to her. The howling wind has stopped, and the yin souls have dispersed. I won't be seeing you off. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly. Everyone heard this. He pondered for a moment. She understood what Kai Yang meant. No matter what enmity he had with this man, no matter what his background was, it wasn't something that others could interfere with. He didn't need others to interfere with him. What's the point? What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. After understanding this, someone immediately cupped his fists and said, Master's kindness will be engraved in my heart. I wish the Master a fruitful return in the ancient lands. I will take my leave first. After saying this person simply rushed out of the cave and soon disappeared into the strange fog. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people understood the situation and soon left. After a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Chi He-feng with interest. You're not leaving? Everyone else had left, but he had stayed behind, which inevitably made Kai Yang speculate a little. Chi He-feng shook his head and said, This Chi still has something to say to the master. Yang Kai smiled and said, You recognize me. This was not a question, but a confirmation. When Chi He-feng introduced himself earlier, he had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yang Kai. At that time, Yang Kai had suspected that Chi He-feng recognized him, but now he was certain. Otherwise, why would Chi He-feng not leave and instead stay here alone? Chi He-feng could not help but smile. Master can see. Yang Kai said, did Chi Hai tell you? Chi He-feng said seriously, it was the young fort master. After he returned from the Shattered Star Sea a few days ago, he gathered some of his trusted subordinates and condensed an image of the master in front of us. He asked us to pay attention to the master's whereabouts. Because the master had told the young fort master in the Shattered Star Sea that he would come to the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai snorted, I only said that I would come to the Eastern Territory, but I didn't say that I would come to the ancient lands. You just happened to be here. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Chi He-feng said awkwardly, Master, the restaurant in Desolation City, is secretly supported by my Chi family. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the owner of the restaurant gave him 10 jars of wild wine for no reason before he left. It turned out that he had already been recognized by the Chi family at that time. They sent a message saying that the master was going to enter the ancient lands, so we came in early and spread out to wait for him. Chi He-feng explained while observing Yang Kai's expression, afraid that he would upset him. Yang Kai was, of course, not very happy and said coldly, Your Chi family's hands are quite long. Chi He-feng said with a frightened expression, Master, please calm down. We did not mean to inquire about the master's whereabouts, but the young fort master, I know. Yang Kai coldly snorted, It's the heavenly frost earth rain. Go back and tell Chi Hai that I can't cure this poison. Because the antidote is no longer with me. Ah! Chi He-feng was shocked and stammered, Then where is it? Where do I need to tell you? A cold light flashed across Kai Yang's eyes. The phoenix's true fire was a very important matter. Although Kai Yang believed that Chi Hai would not reveal anything about the phoenix's true fire, if he had the heart, he would only need to look through the ancient records to find out that Chi Hai was so anxious to find him to help detoxify the poison. It was definitely related to the phoenix's true fire. At that time, he would get himself into trouble for no reason. Therefore, Yang Kai was very dissatisfied with Chi Hai's actions this time. He did not promise Chi Hai anything at that time, only telling him that he would go to the Eastern Territory in the future. Who knew that this would be involved? I wouldn't dare. Chi He-feng was shocked and quickly bowed. Okay, you can go now. Also, tell Chi Hai that if he dares to inquire about my whereabouts again, I will personally pay him a visit. Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Chi He-feng's expression changed. Although the Chi castle's influence was not bad, if they really angered Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, they would have a hard time in the future. However, he did not know how to reply since he had not done what the young fort master had asked him to do. After thinking about it, he clasped his hands and said, Master, this Chi has something to tell you, Master. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, If it's about the antidote, don't say anything else. I will throw you out if you say one more word. Chi He-feng hurriedly said, It's not about the antidote, it's about this person. As he spoke, he pointed at the man with the bitter face. Yang Kai was surprised. You know where he came from? He was actually very curious. He had just arrived in the Eastern Territory and had just entered the ancient lands passageway, but someone had already tried to kill him. He did not know what kind of enmity it was. Chi He-feng replied, Master, if this Chi's guess is correct, this person is from the Netherworld sect. Netherworld sect? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at the man with the bitter face who was contorting in pain. He then turned back and said indifferently, How can you prove it? Chi He-feng said, Because a month ago, many Netherworld sect disciples entered the ancient lands passageway. According to the information gathered by my Chi family disciples, these Netherworld sect disciples did not immediately enter the ancient lands passageway. Instead, they stayed in the passageway, seemingly waiting for someone. The leader was an elder of the Netherworld sect named Hua Fei Chen, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Hua Fei Chen. Yang Kai murmured, extremely unfamiliar with this name. Chi He-feng said, Master may not know Hua Fei Chen, but I'm sure Master is familiar with the other person. Who? Yin Lesheng. Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. He's here too? Good, 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 it's really a small world. Chi Hifeng was stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai was so happy about. There were many people from the Netherworld sect this time, and one of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was not afraid, but why was he so happy? He should only be a first-order Emperor Realm Master because the young Fort Master said that when he met him in the Shattered Star Sea, he was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Even if he obtained some kind of opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea and advanced to the Emperor Realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for a veteran master like Hua Fei Chen. We didn't know why the Netherworld sect people were lying in ambush in the passageway, but our Qi family fort is a great force here, so we naturally paid more attention to it. It wasn't until you, Master, suddenly arrived in Desolation City that the young Fort Master realized that the Netherworld sect must be targeting you. After all, we heard that Master had a very bad relationship with Yin Lesheng in the Shattered Star Sea, and there seems to be some kind of enmity between them. But we don't know how they got the news and knew that you would come to the ancient lands, so they were waiting for you. Chi Hifeng looked confused. Of course they knew, Yang Kai snorted softly. The news of Xiao Xiao in the ancient lands was personally told by Yin Lesheng. With how anxious he was at that time, Yin Lesheng must have guessed that he would come to the ancient lands to look for Xiao Xiao. He only needed to gather people to lie in ambush here, and sooner or later, he would be waiting for him. It seems that this guy has been holding a grudge against me ever since I made him suffer a big loss in the Shattered Star Sea last time. It hasn't been long since the Shattered Star Sea closed, yet this guy can't wait to set a trap for me to fall into and kill me. As for that scowling man, he should be a spy they had planted outside to find out his whereabouts. But he didn't expect this guy to be so eager to gain merit that he launched a sneak attack when he saw that Yang Kai was exhausted. Let's see how you'll die this time. Yang Kai sneered. Last time, he let Yin Lesheng go because he wanted to inquire about Xiao Xiao's whereabouts. The two of them had signed a soul contract, so there were restrictions on each other. Even if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he couldn't. But now that he had delivered himself to his doorstep, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite. Chapter 2546. Master, Hua Fei Chen is an elder of the Netherworld sect, and his cultivation has reached the second-order Emperor realm 100 years ago. He is a famous master, and Yin Lesheng has also broken through to the Emperor realm. Master should avoid him. Chi Hifeng was taken aback when he saw Yang Kai's restless attitude. He had never met someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Kai had clearly just broken through to the Emperor realm, but he acted as if he was invincible and didn't even put Hua Fei Chen in his eyes. Chi Hifeng quickly suggested, "Sir, why don't you withdraw from this place first, then we can discuss further." Yin Lesheng has also broken through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai frowned. When did this happen? Chi Hifeng said, I don't know the exact time, but he was already an Emperor realm master when he returned from the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, it seems that this guy's opportunities are not small. He remembered that when Yang Kai let Yin Lesheng go in the Shattered Star Sea, this guy was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai was able to break through to the Emperor realm because he witnessed the battle between the two great emperors, and the collision of emperor auras gave him a lot of insights. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Yin Lesheng had later. However, there were many opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea, and Yin Lesheng's aptitude was good, so it wasn't surprising that he could break through to the Emperor realm. After thinking about it, Yang Kai leaned down, reached out, and pinched the wrinkle-faced man's chin, making him look into his eyes. His right eye was filled with golden light as he quietly released his spiritual energy to suppress the other party's consciousness, asking, Are you really from the Netherworld sect? The wrinkle-faced man was only in the third-order Dao Source realm, so how could he resist Yang Kai's spiritual energy suppression, so he only hesitated for a moment. So he told the truth, yes. Your Netherworld sect came to the ancient lands passageway this time. Just to deal with me. Yes. How many people came? Besides Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lesheng, is there anyone else from the Emperor realm? 25 people came. Except for Elder Hua and Brother Yin, there is no other Emperor realm master. Yang Kai coldly snorted. You want to deal with this young master? Did Yin Lisheng eat shit? What kind of trump card does he have? Sour Gourd Face said, brothers will lay down the heavenly net absolute ceiling formation, and then Elder Hua and Brother Yin will personally kill you. Heavenly net absolute ceiling formation, Chi Hefeng suddenly exclaimed. Yang Kai turned to look at him. What kind of formation is this? Chi Hefeng had a strange look on his face as he said, it's an extremely powerful array of the Netherworld sect. Once it's set up, the inside of the array will be like a ghost realm. Once trapped inside, your vitality will constantly drain away. Moreover, the area covered by the array will be completely isolated from the world, making it impossible to enter or exit. After the explanation, Chi Hefeng frowned and said, he actually knows how to set up the heavenly net absolute ceiling array. This is too extravagant. In Chi Hefeng's opinion, Hua Fei Chen had already given Yang Kai enough face by personally making a move. After all, one was a second-order Emperor Realm Master while the other was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. With Yin Lisheng supporting them, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, there was absolutely no way he could escape. Sooner or later, he would be beheaded. The two of them together were enough to take down Yang Kai. There was no need to set up this heavenly net absolute ceiling array. After all, the Netherworld purgatory banners that the disciples of the Netherworld sect refined with their life essence and blood were used to set up this array. Once the array was broken, these secret treasures would all be destroyed, and the disciples would definitely suffer a backlash. They would be devoured by thousands of ghosts, living a life worse than death. The sect-protecting array that covered the Netherworld sect was a huge heavenly net absolute ceiling array, with 3 Emperor Artifact Netherworld Purgatory banners as the array core. If an enemy invaded, the array core would be activated. If an enemy attacked, there would be no return. However, the power of the heavenly net absolute ceiling array arranged by more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples could not be underestimated. Is Yang Kai so powerful that the Netherworld sect is treating him so seriously? Chi Hefeng could not figure it out. How could he know that Yin Lisheng had arranged this spirit array precisely because he knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space? Hua Fei Chen's strength was indeed higher than Yang Kai's, but it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. Since ancient times, a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was extremely difficult to kill. The only way to cut off their escape route was to find a way to first seal off space so that they could not use Space Force to escape. Isolated from the world, Yang Kai could not help but coldly snort. He now knew what the heavenly net absolute ceiling array was for. Master, we can't enter the ancient lands anymore. Let's withdraw first. If you want to enter the ancient lands to find something, my Qi family fort can help. You just need to wait for news in Qi family fort. Chi Hefeng looked at Yang Kai eagerly. He felt that with Yang Kai's current strength, if he walked right into the trap, he would definitely die. Your Qi family fort can't help me with what I'm looking for. Yang Kai shook his head. He did not come to the ancient lands to search for treasures, but to find traces of Xiao Xiao. How could Qi family fort help with this kind of thing? Saying so, he stretched out his hand and shook it. The man with the bitter face immediately fell to the ground. From the outside, there was no visible injury, but inside, the man's body had turned to dust. He could not be any more dead. Let's go. Yang Kai called out to Zhong Ruoshi and Old Ban. He already knew what he needed to know, so there was no need to inquire further. Wrapping the two in his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. Master, Master! Qi Hefeng hurriedly shouted twice, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. After rushing out, he was suddenly shrouded in a strange fog, making it impossible to see his own fingers and unable to release his divine sense. Qi Hefeng stood in place for a while, then stomped his foot in annoyance and rushed out. It was impossible to find Yang Kai in the ancient land's passageway, so he had to wait in the cave before he could see Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had left, he could only send the news back to Qi family fort as soon as possible and let the young fort master decide what to do next. 800 kilometers away from where Yang Kai and the others were originally hiding, in another cave. A group of gloomy cultivators with cold temperaments gathered in one place. This cave was much larger than the one where Yang Kai and the others were hiding, and it could accommodate more than 20 people without being crowded. Most of these people were wearing the same clothes, so it was obvious that they were from the same sect. The leader was a second-order Emperor Realm Master in a luxurious robe. He was about 50 years old, but his face was ruddy and his forehead was full. This person was Elder Hua Fei Chen of the Netherworld sect. Beside Hua Fei Chen, Yin Lesheng's pair of snake-like eyes stared at the strange fog outside, as if he wanted to look into the depths of the strange fog. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Recalling his encounter with Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea, Yin Lesheng couldn't sleep or eat well. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such a big loss. It had always been him crushing others with absolute strength, but he never thought that there would be a day when there would be a martial artist of the same level who would surpass him in strength. This was simply unbearable for him. The most intolerable thing was that in order to save his life last time, he had to compromise and say some soft words. If he didn't have information that Yang Kai was interested in, he would have been killed. In the end, he had to rely on the soul contract to save his life. Back in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai was not his opponent at all, but in less than 10 years, Yang Kai had grown to such an extent. If he was given a few more years, wouldn't he be able to ravage Yin Lesheng at will? Since he had already offended him, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. If he really allowed Yang Kai to grow, Yin Lesheng's future days would be difficult. Therefore, after returning to the sect, Yin Lesheng asked his master to send Elder Hua Fei Chen and more than 20 disciples to the ancient land's passageway to kill Yang Kai. With Hua Fei Chen, the Heaven and Earth Absolute Sealing Array, and his own trump cards, it was impossible for Yang Kai to survive this time. Yin Lesheng really wanted to see the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy. It would definitely be a wonderful scene. Elder, this is bad. An exclamation suddenly interrupted Yin Lesheng's reverie, making him extremely unhappy. Turning his head, he saw a Netherworld sect disciple standing beside Hua Fei Chen with an ugly expression. What's the matter? Yin Lesheng frowned and asked. Hua Fei Chen also opened his eyes and looked at him faintly. The disciple trembled and said, Brother Yarrow is dead. Who killed him? Yin Lesheng gritted his teeth and asked. Although the ancient land's passageway was filled with dragons and snakes and was not safe, the disciples of the Netherworld sect were also famous in the Eastern Territory. Who would dare kill them so easily? It seems, it's him. As the disciple spoke, he suddenly wiped a bead on his palm and a phantom image appeared in the air, reflecting the scene of Yang Kai reaching out and crushing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the wrinkler-faced man. It was unknown what kind of secret technique this was, but it was able to transmit the scene the wrinkler-faced man saw before he died here, allowing Hua Fei Chen and the others to see it clearly. Yang Kai. Yin Lesheng grit his teeth and shouted as he stared at Yang Kai in the phantom image. Meeting an enemy, his eyes blazed with hatred. It's him. This bastard bullied this young lady. He really entered the ancient land's passageway. Hua Fei Chen, you have to catch him for me. This young lady will torture him. On the other side of the cave, a red-clothed girl suddenly jumped up and shouted, also gritting her teeth as she stared at Yang Kai's figure. This girl was the one who had previously made things difficult for Old Ban. It was unknown how she had gotten together with the people of the Netherworld sect, but even Old Fu, who had been protecting her, had followed her here. As for the other 2 guards from the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were nowhere to be seen, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This girl was only from the Third Order Dao Source realm, but when facing Hua Fei Chen, a master from the Emperor realm, she directly called him by his name without the slightest bit of respect. On the other hand, Hua Fei Chen didn't show the slightest annoyance, only a helpless expression appearing on his face. Yin Lesheng turned his head to look at the red-clothed girl and raised the corners of his mouth. Young Lady Lin you mean, the one you want to teach is him? That's right. Lin eyes spewed flames as she gnashed her teeth. It's him. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Hurry up and catch him for me. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Chapter 2547. 2 days ago, this young lady suddenly found the cave where the Netherworld sect's people were hiding and ordered Hua Fei Chen and the others to help her teach a lesson. It was said that this person bullied her severely. Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lesheng felt a headache coming on. After all, they had come to the ancient lands this time to ambush Yang Kai, so how could they be in the mood to meddle in other people's business? If it was someone else, it would have been fine. With Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lesheng's strength and status, they might not have needed to pay attention to this matter. But this young lady was different. This woman's background was so great that even the Netherworld sect's sect master had to be polite to her. How could Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lesheng dare disobey her orders? The two of them cursed the person who bullied this young lady in their hearts. If this person hadn't had eyes but failed to see, how could such a thing have happened? It was fine to help a little, but it would be bad if they alarmed Yang Kai and made him take precautions. Although they were unhappy, they still had to obey this young lady's orders. Just as they were about to pinch their noses and admit defeat, the wind whistled. The group of people had been hiding in this cave for 2 days without being able to come out until the incident just now happened. Yin Lesheng smiled happily and said, "Young Lady Lin it seems, we need to deal with the same person." The same person? Lin was stunned. Even old Fu's eyes widened. What a coincidence. Yin Lesheng slowly got up and said, "I won't hide it from you too. This person is called Yang Kai. I have some grudges with him, so I came to the ancient lands to deal with him." Old Fu heard this and a strange expression appeared on his face. "For one person, you've sent so many people to deal with him. You even prepared to use the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Isn't your Netherworld sect giving him too much face?" Yin Lesheng's expression turned solemn as he said, "Old Fu, you must not underestimate this person. I don't know if Old Fu has fought with this person before, but this person's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface." Old Fu's face reddened. He nodded and said, "Indeed." Recalling his confrontation with Yang Kai in the desolate city, Old Fu knew that Yin Lesheng was not exaggerating. That young man was clearly a first-order Emperor Realm Master, just like him, but he was able to suppress Old Fu to the point where he couldn't even think of fighting back. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have needed the help of the Netherworld sect. He himself was a venerable emperor, and there were few things he couldn't handle. Putting aside his own strength, he's a genius. This person is also proficient in an extremely obscure power. This is what I care about the most, otherwise, there would be no need to use the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Yin Lesheng coldly snorted, a trace of jealousy flashing across his face. "What power?" Old Fu asked in surprise. "The power of space." Gasp. Old Fu sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to conceal the shock on his face as he exclaimed, "Did you just say, the power of space?" "That's right." Yin Lesheng's face was gloomy. Nodding slightly, Yang Kai said, "Moreover, his attainments in the Tao of space have reached an extremely high level. It seems to be able to tear through space at will." "Is there such a thing?" Old Fu was shocked, his eyes flashing as he asked suspiciously, "Could it be, this person is the disciple of that person on Spirit Beast Island?" Although he didn't name anyone, both Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lesheng knew who he was talking about. If Yang Kai was really that person's disciple, then it would be troublesome. That person was known as the strongest person under the 10 great emperors. In the entire star boundary, excluding the top 10 titled emperors, he was the strongest, and he lived on Spirit Beast Island. He was a member of Martial Beast and was highly regarded by Martial Beast. Who would dare to touch his disciple? Touching him was tantamount to touching Spirit Beast Island. Even with Old Fu and Lin's status, they couldn't afford the consequences. Therefore, Old Fu couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Yin Lesheng shook his head and said, "As far as I know, this boy has nothing to do with that master. Boss Fu can rest assured." "How do you know?" Old Fu asked cautiously. As Lin's personal guard, he was naturally a very careful person. Yin Lesheng smiled slightly and said, "Because this person is from the Southern Territory." The Southern Territory. Old Fu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. If that's the case, then it has nothing to do with that person. After a pause, he suddenly understood. So your heavenly net absolute sealing array is to seal space. Yin Lisheng grinned. Naturally, without the space divine technique, I'd like to see what he can do. Hua Fei Chen suddenly interjected. Has that boy already broken through to the Emperor realm? His disciple surnamed Yarrow was from the third order Dao Source realm, but he was still killed by Yang Kai with a single palm strike. Old Fu and Lin had also suffered losses at Yang Kai's hands, which undoubtedly proved that Yang Kai was already an Emperor realm master. Otherwise, how could he have done this? Yes, what realm do you think he is? Old Fu looked at him strangely. Hua Fei Chen frowned and said, Martial Nephew Yin said that when he was in the Shattered Star Sea, he was still a Dao Source realm cultivator, but, Yin Lisheng smiled slightly and said, this person's aptitude is extraordinary and his opportunities are heaven-defying. It's not surprising that he was able to obtain an opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Martial Nephew has also broken through to the Emperor realm. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have had to ask Martial Uncle Hua and the other brothers to help me. He didn't seem surprised, as if he had already expected this. Shattered Star Sea. He has been to the Shattered Star Sea? Old Fu was taken aback. Doesn't that mean he has just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago? A young man who had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago and whose Emperor Qi had yet to fully condense was actually able to suppress him with such absolute superiority. Old Fu couldn't help but feel that this was unreal. Am I getting old? Old Fu, don't be surprised. No matter what kind of opportunity he obtained or how strong he is, he will die this time, Yin Lisheng said viciously. What are you whispering about? Lin who had been listening to them for a long time, urged impatiently, I want you to catch that guy and hand him over to this young lady. What are you waiting for? Yin Lisheng turned his head and smiled. Young lady Lin don't worry. We need to use some means to deal with that person, but you can rest assured that this Yin will present him to you within 3 to 5 days. Young lady Lin can do whatever she wants with him then. Lin snorted and said, that's for the best. When the time comes, this young lady will definitely strip him naked and throw him in a place with the most people so everyone can laugh at him. She had a fierce look on her face, as if this was the biggest punishment for Yang Kai. She had threatened Zhong Ruo Shi with the same words before, and it was exactly the same as what she was saying now. Yin Lisheng and the others broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. Hua Fei Chen said, since Martial Nephew Yarrow is dead, we can't stay here any longer. That person may have obtained some information and may not come here to throw himself into our trap. We have to change our location and make other arrangements. Yin Lisheng nodded and said, Martial Uncle, you can make the decision. After the two discussed it, they immediately led the other Netherworld sect disciples away, with Old Fu and Lin following closely behind. Old Ban, how far is the rest of the road? Shrouded in strange fog, Old Ban led the way with Zhong Ruo Shi in the middle and Yang Kai in the rear. Occasionally, a few blind Yin souls would attack them, but they were all easily dealt with. After walking for half a day, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Old Ban's voice came from the front, it's less than half of the journey. It will take at least 2 days to get out of the passage. 2 days. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, Old Ban, you must have seen the situation before. Some of my enemies seem to be waiting for me ahead. They are quite strong and have a lot of people. You should go back the way you came. I'll walk the rest of the way myself. Old Ban grinned meaningfully. This old man has heard a little about the Netherworld sect. I can't afford to provoke them, but this old man is confident that he can come and go as he pleases in this ancient land's passageway. Little brother, you don't have to worry about me. Since I promised to take you out of the passage and into the ancient lands, I will never give up halfway. Although this old man's reputation isn't worth much, it can't be smashed by just anyone. He knew that Yang Kai was worried that he would be implicated, but to be honest, he wasn't afraid of others in this ancient land's passageway. If he couldn't win, he could just hide in the strange fog, and even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to find him. His familiarity with this place was his biggest reliance. After a pause, he continued, Little brother can rest assured. Even if they really wanted to ambush you, they wouldn't choose to do so in this damned place. In this old man's humble opinion, The exit of the passage is the best place for them to set up an ambush. As long as I leave before that happens, it'll be fine. What he said made sense. Even if the Netherworld sect had any tricks up their sleeves, they wouldn't be able to carry them out in this strange fog, so this part of the road should be safe. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer insisted and nodded, "Many thanks, old Ban." The three of them continued to move forward in silence. There weren't many twists and turns along the way. The most dangerous thunder, tide and wind had already passed. Based on Old Ban's experience, the ancient land's passageway should be relatively safe for the next month. They only needed to pay attention to the sneak attacks of some Yin souls. Yang Kai was originally worried that the Ghost King wouldn't give up so easily. After all, so many Yin souls and ghosts had been killed in the cave before, but after walking for half a day, Yang Kai realized that he had been worrying too much. Perhaps the Ghost King also knew that even if he personally took action, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai, so he simply didn't provoke Yang Kai anymore. As for the Yin souls and ghosts that had been killed, the ancient land's passageway was never short of them. If they died, then so be it. They could always be replaced. Old Ban's route was still winding and irregular. With the guidance of the jade beads, the three of them didn't get separated and always maintained a distance of 3 steps. Chapter 2548. 2 days later, the strange fog around them suddenly became thinner. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Old Ban, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and said, "Little brother, we're almost at the exit. The strange fog here doesn't suppress your divine sense too much. With your strength, you should be able to find a safe path." Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings and found that, as Old Ban had said, the strange fog here was much better at suppressing his divine sense than before, and the range of his probing had also increased. As long as he could explore more with his divine sense, he would never get lost in this strange fog. The further he went, the weaker the fog's suppression, and the safer he would be. "Many thanks for your help. Old Ban, you must be careful on your way back." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Old Ban smiled slightly and said, "Little brother, you don't have to worry about me. If you need this old man's help on your way back, you can wait in a cave over there." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction and continued, "This old man will wait there for 1 day every month to bring people out of the ancient land's passageway, but the time is uncertain." Yang Kai understood and smiled. Old Ban is doing a two-way business. If someone wanted to enter the ancient land's passageway, he could bring people in from the desolate city and bring some people out when he left. This business was indeed good. Old Ban smiled and said, "This old man's strength is low. Although I have a deep understanding of the terrain, if I encounter a powerful Yin soul, I won't be able to resist. I can also bring some people out to protect them." Old Ban is considerate. Yang Kai nodded. "All right. Then this old man will take his leave. Little brother and little sister, have a safe trip. Come back early." After Old Ban finished speaking, he walked in the direction he had pointed earlier. He should be waiting there to bring people out. After Old Ban's figure disappeared, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the front. After a while, he said, "Ruoshi. I'll walk the rest of the way alone." A trace of distress appeared on Zhong Ruoshi's face. Although she wanted to help Yang Kai solve his problems, she was too weak at the moment. If she continued to stay, she would only become a burden to Yang Kai, so she could only grit her teeth and agree. With a flash of light, Yang Kai put Zhong Ruoshi into the sealed world bead before moving forward. The further they went, the less influence the strange fog had on them. Thus, Yang Kai's divine telekinesis could cover a wider area. They were about to leave the ancient land's passageway. Stepping into the real wilderness, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look around. By the time he reached this place, the strange fog had already become much thinner and had almost no effect on him. Therefore, he could see everything around him clearly. It was quiet all around. There was no trace of any living creature, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Brother Yin, you've been waiting for this moment for many days. Now that I'm here, why bother hiding?" As soon as he finished speaking, somewhere in the sky, a perfect piece of silk seemed to be torn off, revealing a group of more than 20 people. Fierce murderous intent burst out in an instant as pairs of eyes glared at Yang Kai. At the same time, a stream of light flashed and turned into a cloak-like artifact, falling into the hands of a red-clothed girl. Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the cloak for a while before he raised his brow, a concealment artifact. Previously, when he used his divine sense, he didn't notice anyone here, but his intuition told him that the Netherworld sect's people were definitely lying in ambush here. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the Netherworld sect's concealment technique that was so exquisite, but rather the cloak. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this thing, but it was actually able to hide so many people without him noticing. It was simply too miraculous. You're here too. Yang Kai looked at the red-clothed girl and was a little surprised. Although he knew that the red-clothed girl and old Fu had entered the ancient land's passageway a day before him, he didn't expect them to be together with the Netherworld sect. He didn't even know if they were from the Netherworld sect. At this moment, the red-clothed girl was glaring at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. She seemed to be extremely indignant as she ground her teeth and asked, "How did you find us?" Old Fu couldn't help but hold his forehead and say, "Young lady, he probably didn't notice us. This shadowless is a treasure given to you by Master himself. How could a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master see through its mysteries?" The red-clothed girl was stunned. "He didn't notice us? How is that possible? He clearly said those words." Old Fu was speechless. Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Chen were also speechless. They couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai had just casually tricked him, yet he had taken the initiative to unravel the concealment divine ability of this artifact, and now he was even asking how he discovered it. With this kind of IQ, how could he dare run around? Originally, they were hoping to use the red-clothed girl's Emperor artifact to catch Yang Kai off guard, and all they needed was for Yang Kai to move forward another 10 meters. Who would have thought that they would fail at the last moment? Now that their lineup was exposed, they could no longer launch a sneak attack. For a moment, Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Chen's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have borrowed the red-clothed girl's power. It would have been better for them to hide themselves. "Are you also from the Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai looked at the red-clothed girl and old Fu and asked. Before old Fu could answer, the red-clothed girl spoke first and coldly snorted, "What is the Netherworld sect? Why would this young lady come from such a place?" As soon as these words came out, old Fu's face changed, while Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lisheng's expressions became even uglier. The red-clothed girl spoke without hesitation, but saying this in front of the Netherworld sect was tantamount to slapping them in the face. In any case, the Netherworld sect was one of the top sects in the eastern region. It was a well-known name, but in the mouth of the red-clothed girl, it was nothing. What is this? It would be strange if Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lisheng's expressions didn't become ugly. If it had been someone else who said this, Hua Fei Chen would have slapped them, but this was the red-clothed girl. He didn't even dare to touch a hair on her head. Old Fu quickly laughed dryly and said, "Elder Hua, please don't mind her. Young lady has always been like this. She has no other intentions." Although Hua Fei Chen was annoyed, he couldn't do anything. He could only say with a cold face, "It doesn't matter. Young lady Lin is straightforward, so this king naturally won't take her seriously." On the other side, Yang Kai heard this and a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, "I understand." Lin said bitterly, "What do you understand?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Nothing. Young lady is in cahoots with the Netherworld sect. Are you trying to make things difficult for this young master?" Lin gritted her teeth and said, "So what?" Seeing Yang Kai standing there motionless, she thought that Yang Kai was afraid, so she immediately said proudly, "If you want to live, obediently roll over here and kowtow to this young lady a few times, then offer your soul seal and be this young lady's servant for 10 years. Maybe if this young lady is in a good mood, she will spare your life." "No." Yin Lisheng's face changed greatly when he heard this, and he hurriedly stopped her. He had brought so many people with him this time. They wanted to kill Yang Kai, but this red-clothed girl said that she might spare his life. How could this matter be settled peacefully? In any case, Yang Kai must die today. Before he could say anything, Lin Er turned her head and shouted angrily, "Shut up. This young lady is speaking. Who gave you the right to interrupt?" Yin Lesheng was so angry that his face twisted, but he didn't dare to say a word. He was also furious in his heart. It was clearly this girl who wanted to use him and the others to get back her face, but in the blink of an eye, he and the others seemed to have become her subordinates who had to listen to her orders. What was this? Lin Er turned her head to look at Yang Kai again, looking around for a while, then frowned and said, "Where is that damn girl? Where did she go?" When she saw Yang Kai earlier, she was so angry that she forgot about Zhong Ruoxi's existence for a while. Only now did she suddenly realize that Yang Kai had come here alone, and Zhong Ruoxi was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say a word. Lin Er said angrily, "Are you deaf? This young lady asked you a question. Where did that damn girl go? She dared to slap my face. I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death." Slap her face. Hua Fei Chen suddenly pricked up his ears and looked at Lin Er in amazement. The other Netherworld sect disciples also had horrified expressions as if they had seen a ghost. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to slap this young lady's face. Who was this damn girl she was talking about? How could she be so audacious? Old Fu stood to the side, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, and his legs trembling. The eldest miss had actually been slapped in the face under his protection. If no one had mentioned this matter, it would have been fine, and it would have been covered up without anyone knowing. However, this eldest miss had actually mentioned it in front of everyone. If this were to reach the master's ears, how could he still be alive? Old Fu was so scared that he quickly cast a pleading look at Hua Fei Chen, as if begging him not to spread this matter. Hua Fei Chen observed Old Fu's expression and knew what he was thinking. He just smiled and gently nodded in response. Although Old Fu's cultivation was not as good as his, he was still from that place and had been the young lady's guard for many years. There was no harm in having a good relationship with him. Perhaps there would be a time when he needed Old Fu's help in the future, so he would definitely benefit from this. Receiving a response, Old Fu quickly cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Lin Er clamored for a while, her chest heaving up and down. Finally, she put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Hurry up and call that damn girl out. This young lady won't let her off so easily." She took it for granted that Yang Kai had hidden Zhong Ruoxi somewhere. Yang Kai coldly snorted and looked at her indifferently. "Little girl, this young master advises you not to stay in this dangerous place for too long. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. How dare you?" Old Fu was furious. Yang Kai actually dared to threaten his young lady. How could he tolerate this? Lin Er was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she frowned and asked, "You want to kill me?" Yang Kai coldly said, "You can't do things more than 3 times. If young lady refuses to wake up, so what if I kill you?" Lin Er immediately became hysterical. "You want to kill me? How dare you? Quick, quick, go. Catch him for me." As she shouted, she pushed and shoved Yin Lesheng and the others around her, as if the Netherworld sect disciples were really her subordinates. Chapter 2549. Although the Netherworld sect disciples were unhappy to be ordered around like this by Lin Er, they had no way out now that things had gotten to this point. What's more, they had come here to kill Yang Kai. Go. Yin Lesheng suddenly waved his hand and shouted. Asterisk shua shua shua. Asterisk the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples flew out in unison and surrounded Yang Kai in an instant. Moreover, they seemed to be very particular about their positioning. Above, below, left, right, front, and back, leaving no way for Yang Kai to escape. Yin Lesheng watched nervously, fearing that Yang Kai would use the space divine technique to escape at this time. If Yang Kai sensed something was wrong and fled, then all their efforts would be in vain. The spirit array had not been arranged yet, and the space had not been sealed, so there was no way to kill or capture Yang Kai. But to his delight, Yang Kai seemed to be a little arrogant and did not care about the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples, just standing there quietly. "Serves you right for being so arrogant." Do you think you're invincible just because you've broken through to the Emperor realm and have space principles? Today, I'll let you know that there is always someone better than you. Yin Lesheng was secretly delighted, but on the surface, his expression remained unchanged as he locked onto Yang Kai with his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples had already taken their positions. Hualala. After a series of noises, these 20 or so people summoned their artifacts one after another. These artifacts were all the same, as if they had been refined by the same person. They were all large black banners that fluttered in the wind. A series of rustling sounds rang out. They exuded an extremely cold aura. These large banners were exactly the same as the Netherworld Purgatory banner that Yang Kai had obtained from Zhongzhen Yong in the Shattered Star Sea. Obviously, they were the same kind of artifact and seemed to be the favorite of the Netherworld sect disciples. However, the power fluctuations coming from the Netherworld Purgatory banners in the hands of these disciples were not as good as Zhongzhen Yong's, so they should not have been refined to perfection. Everyone was in position, the banners had been summoned, everything was ready, only one thing was missing. Yin Lesheng's lips curled into a smile. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Set up the formation." The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect shouted in unison as their hands danced in the air. In an instant, an extremely subtle connection seemed to be formed between the 20 or so people. A layer of invisible restrictive power connected the 20 or so people together, sealing off the heaven and earth. Faint black energy gushed out of the Netherworld Purgatory banners. It began to diffuse toward the center. "Array?" Yang Kai seemed to be startled. His face was a little flustered as he asked, "What array?" Yin Lesheng laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "Naturally, it's the spirit array that will take your life." At this point, he no longer had to worry about anything. The heavenly net absolute sealing formation had already been set up. Space was sealed. Even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to escape from this world unless he had the ability to break this array. But how could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master break the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array arranged by more than 20 Tao Source Realm disciples using the Netherworld Purgatory banners? Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would be trapped for a moment. Yang Kai was horrified. Looking at Yin Lesheng with a pale face, he gulped and asked, "Brother Yin, what kind of enmity do you have with me? Why are you treating me like this? In the Shattered Star Sea, I let you go, don't you care about our old friendship at all?" Yin Lesheng was delighted as he coldly snorted, "Let me go? Don't make it sound so nice. If I didn't have the information you wanted, would you have let me go? What kind of old friendship do you have with me? Yang Kai, don't talk nonsense. Today, this place will be your burial ground." Yang Kai said bitterly, "Brother Yin, do you really want to kill me?" Yin Lesheng raised his head and sneered, "What? You still want to live at this time?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Who wants to die if they can live? Brother Yin, why don't you let me go today, and I'll visit you another day to thank you. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You have the nerve to say that." Yang Kai said helplessly, "It seems that Brother Yin has already made up his mind to kill me. What I say is useless, right?" Yin Lesheng shouted, "No matter how eloquent your words are, no one will listen to you." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He stretched out his hands and brushed his hair back, saying with a sad face, "Brother Yin, I have another request." "Chimph, what else do you want to say?" A sneer hung on Yin Lesheng's face as he felt extremely refreshed in his heart. He didn't know why, but when he saw Yang Kai's helpless appearance, he felt as if he had just ravaged dozens of young girls, and the pleasure he felt was almost impossible to vent. "Please let me die in this most handsome posture." Yang Kai turned his face to him, looking at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Er's mouth twitched as she whispered to Old Fu, "This person is really shameless." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Yin Lesheng suddenly frowned and shouted, "You're toying with me." At this moment, he suddenly realized that Yang Kai was talking so much nonsense to him not because he was afraid, nor was it because he was about to die, but because he was clearly playing with him. Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm just playing around, Brother Yin, why take it so seriously? You don't really think this young master is afraid of you, do you?" The mischievous expression on his face made Yin Lesheng so angry that he almost coughed up blood. As soon as these words fell, space principles surged and Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred. But soon, his body solidified again and reappeared in place, not moving at all. The heavenly net absolute sealing array really lives up to its reputation. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had heard Qi He Feng mention the power of this spirit array and knew that it could seal off the world, Yang Kai still wanted to try and see if he could leave this place. Now that he tried, he found that the surrounding space was really isolated. Even with his attainments in the Tao of space, there was no way for him to teleport. "What are you waiting for?" Yin Lesheng roared when he saw this, lest Yang Kai escape if he was too slow. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples received the order and poured their source Qi into the Netherworld purgatory banners in their hands, suddenly urging the power of the spirit array. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo, asterisk a series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, making everyone feel as if they had suddenly arrived in the Netherworld. A chilling aura spread out, causing the ground to freeze. The surrounding trees, flowers, and grasses instantly withered and turned into ashes. The 20 or so Netherworld purgatory banners constantly poured out thick black Qi, and within this black Qi, countless yin souls and ghosts could be vaguely seen, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In just 3 breaths of time, the world sealed off by the heavenly net absolute sealing array became pitch black, and if one looked from a distance, it was as if a huge black sphere had suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. This black sphere was several tens of meters in diameter and covered a large area, causing Yang Kai's figure to completely disappear. The power of the spirit array was already so terrifying, so it would be even more terrifying if it was fully unleashed. Yin Lesheng's mouth was filled with a sinister grin as he stared at the huge black sphere, seemingly wanting to witness Yang Kai's death with his own eyes. If Yang Kai had a little hope of escaping before, then now that the power of the spirit array had been fully unleashed, Yang Kai had no chance of surviving. Shrouded in this spirit array, one's vitality would be constantly drained away. Not only that, but the power of the 20 or so Netherworld purgatory banners would also be greatly enhanced by the spirit array, and coupled with the joint attack of the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples, Yang Kai would be ground to death. "Yin Lesheng, you've done everything you can to take my life. Do you really think this young master can't break this spirit array?" Yang Kai's shout suddenly came from the black sphere, full of energy, as if he was not affected by the spirit array at all. Yin Lesheng's eyes narrowed as he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Before he could reply, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the black sphere, followed by a deafening explosion. The already huge black sphere seemed to have expanded rapidly under the eruption of some kind of energy, as if it could collapse at any time. The 20 or so Tao Source Realm disciples in charge of the heavenly net absolute sealing array all turned pale and trembled violently, almost suffering a backlash from the spirit array. Yin Lesheng was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Hua Fei Chen was also aghast. How is this possible? Didn't he just advance to the Emperor realm? Although he couldn't see what Yang Kai had done just now because of the isolation of the spirit array, it was obvious that he had used some kind of powerful secret technique to affect the spirit array to this extent. How could someone from the Emperor realm who had just advanced to the Emperor realm achieve this? Hua Fei Chen thought that if he were trapped in this spirit array, he would only be able to wait for death, unable to shake the spirit array in the slightest. What he saw in front of him was so unreal. Hong. Another loud explosion rang out, and the black sphere that had just recovered expanded again, this time even more violently than before. WA. A series of explosions rang out, and some of the 20 or so Tao Source Realm disciples coughed up blood as their bodies swayed. Yang Kai's previous attack had shaken them a little, and before they could recover, another attack came. This time, they were really injured. Although their injuries weren't serious and wouldn't affect the operation of the spirit array, who knew how many times Yang Kai could release such an attack? If this were to happen a few more times, this formation might really be broken. "Martial Uncle Hua, Brother Yin, we can't hold on any longer," someone shouted loudly. Yin Lesheng was also stunned. He wanted to kill Yang Kai, and for this purpose, he had specially brought so many people from the sect, even inviting the Second-Order Emperor Realm Hua Fei Chen, and even arranged the heavenly net absolute sealing array. If he still couldn't kill young Kai with such a lineup and capital, how could he return to the Netherworld sect? How could he face his honored master who had such high hopes for him? If he failed, it would be even more unbearable than killing him. Hong. A third explosion rang out. Pu. More than 20 Netherworld sect disciples coughed up blood as their faces turned pale. A crack appeared in the huge black sphere, and a thick black chi suddenly spread out. Yin Lesheng's eyes were dull. The spirit array was really about to collapse. And it had only been 5 breaths since young Kai attacked. Chapter 2550. Young Lady Lin please help us. Seeing that the heavenly net absolute sealing array was about to be broken, Hua Fei Chen could no longer hold back and turned to the red-clothed girl. Lin pouted, "What kind of broken spirit array is this? More than 20 people can't even trap one person, and you still have the nerve to say how powerful this spirit array is. When this young lady asked for help, didn't you say you didn't need it? Now you know to beg me." Hearing this, Hua Fei Chen coughed up blood, thinking that this had nothing to do with the spirit array. It was entirely because the enemy was too strong, and the person who arranged the spirit array wasn't strong enough. The higher the strength of the person who arranged the heavenly net absolute sealing array, the more powerful the Netherworld Purgatory banner would be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the Netherworld sect's sect-protecting array. He and Yin Lesheng thought that this attack would be foolproof. After all, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Emperor realm, so how strong could he be? As long as the space was sealed, they wouldn't be able to do as they pleased. But reality was completely different from what they imagined. Yang Kai's strength couldn't be judged by common sense. "Young Lady Lin please don't make such sarcastic remarks." Hua Fei Chen was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. "If this young Kai escapes, I'm afraid young Lady Lin's matter will fail." Lin suddenly came to her senses and said, "That's right. Then I'll help you this time." As she spoke, a crystal-clear jade bowl suddenly appeared in her hand. The jade bowl wasn't big, and it was held in the palm of her slender hand. It emitted a pure white light, and there was a picture of an ancient cassia in the bowl. It was unknown who had carved the ancient cassia, but it looked very lifelike. It was even swaying slightly, as if it was alive. Lin shouted. She raised her hand. Taking out the jade bowl, she shouted in a low voice, "Go." The jade bowl suddenly turned into a white light, and flew above the black ball. It expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a semicircular white light curtain. It directly covered the black ball, and covered it in it. Not only that, the ancient cassia in the jade bowl also turned into a real existence, taking root in the earth and becoming a towering ancient tree, releasing a strange fragrance. Hong. At the same time, Yang Kai's attack came again. The black ball abruptly expanded again, but with the white light barrier formed by the jade bowl, the black ball was suppressed before it could expand any further. The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect had pale faces, thinking that the array would definitely be broken this time. Despite the backlash, when they saw that the formation was safe and sound under the cover of the light screen, they were pleasantly surprised and worked even harder to stimulate their own source chi to activate the power of the formation. Hua Fei Chen was envious. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Is this the Tai Osman Thus bowl?" This emperor artifact was extremely famous. There were very few powerhouses in the Eastern Territory who didn't know about it, but those who had seen its true appearance were few and far between. It was also Hua Fei Chen's first time seeing one. With his eyesight and experience, he naturally knew how terrifying this emperor artifact was. "Why? Do you want it?" Lin turned her head and glared at him. Hua Fei Chen looked terrified and hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare, it's just that young Lady Lin has opened this old master's eyes today. This trip was really worth it. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, I can't control this thing for long." Lin's face turned slightly red as her source chi kept flowing out like a flood. It was obvious that summoning this emperor artifact consumed a lot of her source chi and she couldn't maintain it for a long time. Hua Fei Chen seemed to have woken up from a dream and said solemnly, "Young Lady Lin please cooperate." As he spoke, he gave Yin Lisheng a meaningful look, and the two tacitly understood each other, their figures flickering as they rushed towards the black sphere. Lin formed a series of hand seals and waited for the two to approach before suddenly opening a gap in the white light barrier, allowing them to pass through. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples naturally followed suit, allowing Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lisheng to smoothly rush into the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Inside the array, Yang Kai let out a soft cry of surprise, an extremely strange expression on his face. Previously, he was about to break this bullshit formation, but for some unknown reason, an extremely tenacious force suddenly appeared and stabilized the chaotic formation. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also sealed even more tightly, giving him a feeling of being suppressed. Inside this ghost-like array, Yang Kai felt as if he was in a strange fog, unable to extend his divine sense too far. Naturally, he didn't know that Lin had used an extremely powerful Emperor artifact to obstruct him. He even thought that he had underestimated the power of this array. Kai 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 kai. The sound of something breaking through the air kept coming from all around as one yin soul after another roamed around him, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The heavenly net absolute sealing array was arranged with the Netherworld Purgatory banner as its foundation, and the black fog that sealed the heavens and earth was also released by the Netherworld Purgatory banner. With the support of this array, the power of the Netherworld Purgatory banner was naturally greatly enhanced. Yang Kai was inside the array, which meant that he had to fight against more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples with Netherworld Purgatory banners. It was not as simple as 1+1. The strength of the yin souls and ghosts seemed to have been greatly enhanced. Although Yang Kai tried his best to disperse them, he was only able to kill a few. Previously, he was focused on breaking the array, so he was now trapped. It was only at this moment that he realized the strangeness of this formation. Shrouded in the array, Yang Kai found that his vitality was slowly draining away. The black fog around him contained an extremely corrosive force that was corroding his physique and Emperor Qi. Woo woo woo. His ears were filled with those bone-chilling ghostly cries. Ghostly figures were hidden in the black fog, constantly attacking from all directions. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a series of moon blades in all directions. Although this part of the heavens and earth was isolated, making it impossible for him to teleport out, inside this black sphere, there was no restriction on him using Space Force. The power of the moon blades was terrifying, and as they tore through space, the ghosts were reduced to ashes. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis and instinctively pushed his palm behind him. But this palm hit empty air, and instead, his right shoulder was hit hard, causing his blood to tumble as he staggered back. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise, this palm would have been enough to break his arm. Yang Kai, inside the heavenly net absolute sealing array, I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. You have no chance to live. Yin Lisheng's voice suddenly came from all directions, drifting erratically, making it impossible to determine where he was hiding. Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling that things were a little troublesome. Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Chen were both from the Netherworld sect, so at this moment, they were like fish in water inside this array. On the other hand, Yang Kai's hands and feet were tied, unable to display much of his strength. With this array devouring his vitality and countless yin souls constantly attacking him, if he didn't think of a way, he really might not be able to leave this place alive. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could stand firm, he felt a chill on his neck. In his shock, he summoned the myriad sword and slashed at the cold intent. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. A surprised voice sounded, which seemed to belong to Hua Fei Chen. He obviously didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to detect his sneak attack in such a desperate situation, causing his attack to fail. Brandishing his myriad sword, Yang Kai looked around. Although he still couldn't see clearly, he still smiled and said, Yin Lisheng, the Shattered Star Sea let you go once, so you should have taken care of yourself. I didn't expect you to come to the ancient lands to kill me. Since you are so eager to die, this young master will fulfill your wish. Yin Lisheng was furious and retorted, You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'd like to see what kind of waves you can still stir up. Yang Kai grinned and said, just wait and see. Don't cry later. Yin Lisheng was furious and wanted to say something more, but Hua Fei Chen interrupted him and said, Martial nephew Yin, be careful with your words. He is searching for your location. When Yin Lisheng heard this, he felt that Hua Fei Chen was right. Yang Kai was clearly at his wit's end, so he kept provoking him to speak so that it would be convenient for him to search for his location. He immediately shut his mouth. Yang Kai, however, sneered and said, do you think this young master can't do anything to you with the help of this bullshit spirit array? I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Shameless boasting. Yin Lisheng was really angry and couldn't help but shout. Hua Fei Chen was also trembling with anger. He had never seen such an arrogant guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was clearly at death's door, yet he was still shouting. He didn't know where his courage came from, but he secretly decided to torture him when he caught him. After a few exchanges, no more words came out of the black sphere, only a constant swishing sound. The red-clothed girl and old Fu stood outside. Although they didn't know what was going on inside, they understood that Yang Kai was definitely not having a good time. Because every once in a while, Yang Kai would let out a muffled groan, apparently being attacked by Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lisheng. Lin was trying her best to stimulate the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl, and although it consumed a lot of her strength, her small face was full of excitement. Like Hua Fei Chen, she was secretly looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai being tortured. As long as she could capture Yang Kai and vent the anger in her heart, it would be worth it no matter how much she had to pay. Asterisk peng peng peng. Asterisk inside the black sphere, sounds of fighting could be heard from time to time, but it was obvious that Yang Kai was completely at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. If it weren't for his extremely keen grasp of Space Force, allowing him to detect every attack before it arrived, he would have died countless times already. Even so, at this moment, he was in a sorry state, with countless wounds all over his body. Although none of them were serious injuries, the accumulation of them was extremely shocking. He's still not dead. Yin Lisheng was both shocked and angry. Yang Kai, like him, had just broken through to the Emperor realm, but at this moment, he was showing strength that far exceeded his own, which was really hard for him to accept. But it should be soon. Inside the spirit array, his vitality was draining away and the cold yin energy was seeping into his body. Now that he was injured, it wouldn't be long before he was an arrow at the end of its flight and became a fish on the chopping block. Chapter 2551. Feeling proud of himself, Yin Lisheng laughed wildly. Yang Kai, did you think you would have such a day? How could he not be proud? A master proficient in the Tao of space, capable of tearing space at will, was now trapped here alive by him. The joy in his heart was simply indescribable. So, although he knew that this was not a good time to talk to Yang Kai, Yin Lisheng couldn't help but shout. Hua Fei Chen didn't say a word, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Yang Kai blocked a blow and retreated, holding the myriad sword in front of his chest in a defensive posture, coldly snorting, frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it's the size of a well. Today, this young master will open your eyes, you bunch of trash, and see how I break your bullshit spirit array. Saying so, he flipped his hand and a bracelet suddenly appeared. Although this bracelet was a woman's accessory, it didn't look suitable for a woman to wear because it was covered in mysterious runes and pulsing with spiritual energy. At a glance, one could tell it was a powerful emperor artifact. You still dare to be so arrogant? Yin Lisheng was furious, and under the cover of the heavenly net absolute sealing array, he stealthily approached Yang Kai, raised his hand, and was about to launch a sneak attack when a buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears. This sound was extremely strange, sounding like countless mosquitoes and flies flying over. What is that? Yin Lisheng frowned, but in order to avoid any trickery, he didn't dare to attack and instead retreated a little. Something that will take your dog lives. Yang Kai stood in place, sneering as he waved his hand and released countless pitch-black insects from the bracelet. The bracelet was naturally the insect enslavement bracelet, and the pitch-black insects were naturally the evolved soul-devouring demon insects. Previously, when he was besieged by countless yin souls and ghosts in the cave. Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. He didn't know if his soul-devouring demon insects had any effect on these yin souls. Because soul-devouring demon insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy. And they could even devour demonic chi. And to some extent, yin souls and ghosts were the aggregation of spiritual energy. At that time, there were too many people and Yang Kai couldn't release his soul-devouring demon insects for experiments. Until just now, he had quietly released a few soul-devouring insects, dealing with Yin Lesheng and Hua Fei Chen while waiting for the result. After giving it a try, the situation was as he had expected. Those yin souls and ghosts were simply delicacies prepared for the soul-devouring insects. Not only could the soul-devouring insects devour those yin souls and ghosts, they would also not let go of the black gas here. They seemed to like this energy very much. Since the results of the experiment were out, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite with these people from the Netherworld sect. As soon as the insect enslavement bracelet appeared, countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out from it and spread out in all directions. These insects were like hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, capturing the wandering yin souls and ghosts. In an instant, waves of mournful howls rang out. Although these yin spirits did not have the thoughts they had when they were alive, under the gnawing, they still let out miserable cries, which made one's hair stand on end. Yin Lesheng and Hua Fei Chen were both startled. They didn't know what was going on, only that they seemed to have suffered heavy losses. The situation was unclear. They didn't dare to launch another attack rashly. They were afraid that they would fall into Yang Kai's trap. What's going on? Hua Fei Chen could only helplessly ask the 20 or so disciples in charge of the spirit array. Only they knew the situation inside the spirit array because they were the ones who arranged it, and the foundation of the spirit array was their artifact. It could be said that their lives were closely tied to this spirit array, sharing life and death with it. Not good, Elder Hua. A disciple shouted in horror. That person suddenly released a swarm of insect. A swarm of insects. Hua Fei Chen's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, "What's so surprising about a swarm of insects? Kill them for me. What a bunch of trash." Inside the heavenly net absolute ceiling array, even the Emperor realm could be strangled, so why would it be afraid of a swarm of insects? Why were all the disciples the sect had accepted so useless? The disciple said in horror, "Elder, these insects can't be killed and are instead devouring the spirit array." What? Hua Fei Chen was really shocked this time. The yin souls and ghosts that filled the black sphere were the Netherworld Purgatory Banner's spirit array. They didn't have physical bodies, and were the same as the yin souls in the ancient land's passageway. They were condensed from the resentment of people who died, and were cold and treacherous. There are actually insects in this world that can devour the spirit array? What kind of insects are they? Not waiting for Hua Fei Chen to continue asking, a chill suddenly came from the front, heading straight for his face. Hua Fei Chen turned pale with fright and shouted, "Little brat, you dare to launch a sneak attack." This chill was obviously caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Hua Fei Chen hurriedly blocked it as he shouted. With a series of explosions, the corners of his eyes almost burst open as he was forced to retreat with a look of horror on his face. This was the first time he had faced Yang Kai head-on. Previously, he had only used the power of the spirit array to launch sneak attacks, so he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so strong. With the suppression of the spirit array, he was actually able to force a second-order Emperor Realm Master like himself to retreat. Is this little brat even human? Hua Fei Chen couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream. Yang Kai laughed, "You did this to me, so why can't I return the favor? What's so strange about launching a sneak attack on you? Does Elder Hua think that this young master should have just washed his neck and waited for you to chop it off?" Hua Fei Chen's mouth twitched, but he couldn't help but snort. That would be for the best. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "Then let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, his figure flickered. It was unknown how he accurately determined Hua Fei Chen's position, but as soon as he attacked, he launched a devastating attack. Hua Fei Chen turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Martial Nephew Yin, help me." As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, He was being attacked by an opponent who was a minor realm lower than him in his own spirit array, yet he had to call for his martial nephew's help. This was a complete loss of face. But compared to his own life, what was face worth? Naturally, Yin Lisheng wouldn't let Hua Fei Chen take the risk alone, so he rushed over and shouted, "Yang Kai, don't be so arrogant." The two martial nephews instantly joined forces, and under the surging of their Emperor Qi, the Netherworld sect's secret techniques bloomed in a dazzling display as they fought Yang Kai. A series of explosions rang out as violent energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Both Elder Fu and Lin had strange expressions on their faces as they hovered in midair. Old Fu frowned. What the hell is the Netherworld sect doing? A bunch of trash. The girl gritted her teeth and cursed. She had even summoned an emperor artifact like the Tai cinnamon bowl to help, but she didn't expect the Netherworld sect to still be unable to take down Yang Kai. "Young lady, do you want this old master to go and help?" Old Fu asked. Looking at the rumbling sounds inside, Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lisheng probably wouldn't be able to win for a while. Old Fu was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could help, he would definitely be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance. No need. Lin flatly refused. This young lady has already given them enough face by personally helping them. Why do you still want to join in the fun? If they can't even win, then the people of the Netherworld sect are too useless. Old Fu didn't dare to disobey and could only bow his head. At this moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Old Fu's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples who were controlling the spirit array were all trembling as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces were as pale as paper, and beads of sweat were dripping down their foreheads. Some of them were even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. What's going on? Old Fu's eyes widened, but he couldn't understand what was going on. A Netherworld sect disciple shouted, "Elder, save me. This disciple's banner is about to be completely devoured." The Netherworld sect disciples cultivated the Netherworld Purgatory banner with their lives, so their strength was greatly increased with it in hand. However, if the Netherworld Purgatory banner was damaged, they would also suffer a severe backlash. They were indeed only controlling the spirit array and weren't fighting Yang Kai head-on. However, the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai sent out were constantly devouring their soul banners at an extremely fast pace. This disciple was quite unlucky. The banner souls he released were completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects, causing his Netherworld Purgatory banner to be severely damaged and he himself to suffer a great backlash. Before he could finish his words, a black light suddenly shot out from the huge black ball. It was the Netherworld Purgatory banner that he had risked his life to cultivate. However, the moment this disciple saw his secret treasure, he didn't show the slightest joy. Instead, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he hurriedly got up, turned around, and ran. The Netherworld Purgatory banner seemed to have a mind of its own and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld Purgatory banner caught up with the Netherworld sect disciple. With a bang, the Netherworld Purgatory banner exploded, turning into a mass of black energy that enveloped the Netherworld sect disciple. An extremely shrill scream rang out, as if he had been subjected to the most terrifying torture in the world. The black energy was like balls of black fire that attached to the disciple's body and wouldn't disperse. Like an all-pervasive viper, they drilled into his flesh through his pores. As he screamed, the Netherworld sect disciple kept rolling on the ground, scratching his face with both hands. He used so much strength that he actually tore off his own flesh. In the blink of an eye, this person was covered in blood and bones. How could this be? What happened to him? On the other side, the red-clothed girl who was controlling the Tai Cassia Bowl's power turned pale and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. She had never seen such a terrifying scene before. If it wasn't for the unbearable pain, how could a person do such a thing to himself? 10,000 ghosts devouring body. Old Fu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in shock, "This person is finished." The Netherworld Purgatory banner's power was greatly reduced, and the Netherworld sect disciple also suffered a backlash. This kind of backlash was even more unbearable than being thrown into a pot of oil and being squeezed dry. As he spoke, the black energy on the disciple's body converged and drilled into his body. An even more shrill scream rang out. The man kept rolling on the ground, tearing off pieces of flesh with his own hands. Soon, blood dyed the ground red. Chapter 2552. In less than 10 breaths of time, the Netherworld sect disciple suddenly twitched all over before his vitality was cut off and he lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Even his brightly colored intestines had been pulled out by him, making for a terrifying sight. Black energy was still burning on his body, as if it would continue to burn until the end of time. ****. Streaks of black light flew out of the heavenly net absolute sealing array one after another, shooting towards the Netherworld sect disciples with incomparable accuracy. The disciples were scared out of their wits and fled one after another, shouting for Elder to save them. How could Hua Fei Chen have the time to save their lives? At this moment, he and Yin Lesheng were still being chased by Yang Kai. They couldn't even catch their breath. So even if he knew that the disciples were suffering from the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, he was powerless. However, even if he had the time at this moment, there was no way he could save those disciples. For the disciples of the Netherworld sect, the 10,000 ghosts devouring body was the most terrible torture and the most unbearable way to die. This was related to the secret art they cultivated and the artifacts they sacrificed. But after all, this was the foundation of the Netherworld sect. So which disciple didn't cultivate it? Screams rang out one after another, but this time it was not the Yin souls, but the disciples of the Netherworld sect who were being devoured by the 10,000 ghosts devouring body. In just 30 breaths of time, the Netherworld sect had lost nearly half of its people, all of whom died from the backlash caused by the Netherworld Purgatory banner being damaged. However, the spirit array was still operating. The Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was a rather peculiar spirit array, but it was also a very flexible spirit array. 5 people could set it up. 10 people could also set it up. 20 people could also, so even if many of them died, the spirit array did not stop operating. It was just that the color of the black sphere seemed to have faded a lot, and 3 figures could be vaguely seen flying around inside, fighting fiercely. With nearly half of the people on their side dead, the remaining Netherworld sect disciples were naturally frightened. They knew that if they didn't escape now, they would be no different from their dead brothers. Sooner or later, they would die from the backlash. But since Hua Fei Chen didn't speak, how could they dare to escape? If they really escaped at this time, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Netherworld sect, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on. Summon the Ghost King, a bunch of idiots. Yin Lesheng suddenly cursed. The Netherworld sect's disciples were all shocked when they heard this. Then, a look of determination flashed across their faces as they formed hand seals and circulated their source chi. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood essence. It sprayed towards the black ball. The dark red blood was imprinted on the black ball, just like rainwater falling into the sea, quickly disappearing. However, the banner spirit within the black sphere seemed to have been provoked by something as it roared continuously. Hua Fei Chen promptly flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yin Lesheng quickly retreated, glaring at Yang Kai with resentment. The next moment, a ghost banner suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the symbol of a Yellow Springs disciple, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner. Holding the ghost flag with both hands, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at his artifact. With a wave of his hand, the ghost flag began to expand. Huff! Huff! A rhythmic sound suddenly came from the ghost flag, like the sound of breathing, giving off a strange feeling. Along with this sound, the thick black chi and countless banner spirits within the black ball seemed to be attracted by something and converged towards the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in Yin Lesheng's hand. In less than a moment, all the black chi and banner spirits disappeared. Yang Kai's group of 3. Their field of vision was clear, leaving only the white light curtain of the Tai Osmanthus bowl covering the ground and sealing off space. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a sense of danger. While fighting with Hua Fei Chen, he glanced over at Yin Lesheng, only to see Yin Lesheng grinning as he shouted, "Yang Kai, let's see if you'll die or not. As soon as his words fell, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in his hand suddenly burst into a mass of black fog. Inside the black fog, two scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as if they could devour one's soul, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Immediately, two huge ghost claws stretched out from the black fog. As the black fog swirled, a huge figure appeared. This figure was more than 50 feet tall. Its entire body was pitch black, but its face was repulsive. There was even a single horn that curved towards the sky on its forehead. Its mouth was filled with fangs. As soon as the figure appeared, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped to the freezing point in an instant. Huff. A stream of white chi spewed out of the figure's nostrils and froze the void. Ghost King. Old Fu's eyes narrowed. He knew that these people from the Netherworld sect were going all out, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a secret technique. Once this secret technique was used, it was either you die or they die. This Ghost King was different from the Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway. The Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway was naturally born and cultivated to such a powerful level over the years, but the one in front of them was a fusion of the banner spirits controlled by the Netherworld sect disciples. It was undeniable that the Ghost King's aura was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even old Fu, who was watching the battle from the outside, couldn't help but shiver. On the other hand, Lin whose cultivation was lower, was unaffected, but a faint layer of light flickered on her body. It seemed that it was this light that prevented her from being corroded by the yin qi. "Martial uncle, help me," Yin Lesheng shouted. Hua Fei Chen immediately fainted and forced Yang Kai back. His figure flickered, and he retreated to Yin Lesheng's side and punched himself in the chest. *pu. Blood spurted out from Hua Fei Chen's mouth and sprayed on the Ghost King's body, increasing its aura by a lot. Forming hand seals, Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lesheng both wore solemn expressions, seemingly resonating with each other and establishing an inexplicable connection with the Ghost King. Yang Kai stood in place with a solemn expression, his eyes darting around as he sized up the Ghost King. As expected of a top sect in the Eastern Territory, they actually had such a strange secret technique. Yang Kai thought that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect such a change. On the other side, Yin Lesheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but can you be stronger than the Ghost King? This is the combined strength of more than a dozen people from my Netherworld sect, you will die without a doubt." Yang Kai snorted, "You've said this many times today, but this young master is still standing here, isn't he?" Yin Lesheng couldn't restrain his anger, so he didn't want to waste any more words with him. Forming a seal with his hand, he shouted, "Die." As soon as his words fell, the Ghost King's eyes burst with crimson light as it rushed towards Yang Kai like a marionette. "Swallow it for me." Yang Kai pointed his finger, and countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out, forming a cloud of insects in mid-air and colliding head-on with the Ghost King. Hong Long. The insect cloud suddenly collapsed, and countless soul-devouring demon insects were sent flying and fell to the ground, their life and death unknown. On the other hand, the Ghost King was completely unscathed and its momentum was not reduced. After all, the insect cloud was composed of countless soul-devouring demon insects, so its structure was not dense, so how could it withstand such a collision? Naturally, it scattered at once, looking as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. Yin Lesheng laughed and said, "Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to be presumptuous? Serves you right today." The meaning of his words seemed to be that he felt Yang Kai had nothing to lose. Yang Kai sneered as he stared indifferently at the approaching Ghost King, not moving in the slightest. Yin Lesheng's laughter came to an abrupt end as he stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that the Ghost King's body was covered with dark insects at some point. Obviously, they had quietly landed on it during the head-on collision just now. Catcher. The sound of silkworms biting mulberry leaves rang out, and the Ghost King showed an extremely pained expression as it opened its mouth and howled, its speed suddenly slowing down a lot. This. Yin Lesheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect these strange insects to be so powerful that they could even swallow the Ghost King. Hua Fei Chen's face flickered as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he exclaimed, "Soul-devouring demon insect. These are soul-devouring demon insect." He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had cultivated for who knows how many years. Naturally, his knowledge and experience were extremely rich, so it was not surprising that he recognized soul-devouring demon insects. He didn't recognize them at first. After all, these soul-devouring demon insects were very different from the ones he had seen in ancient books. Whether it was their size or ferocity, they were incomparable to those recorded in ancient books. Only now did he have a flash of insight. After knowing that these were soul-devouring demon insects, Hua Fei Chen's expression became extremely flustered. Yin Lesheng might not know how powerful these soul-devouring demon insects were, but he was well aware that the Netherworld Purgatory Banner and Yin souls were most afraid of these things. No wonder so many disciples have been killed. It turns out that these things are the cause of so many troubles. As he spoke, the soul-devouring demon insects that had fallen to the ground slowly got up, flapped their wings, and flew out with a buzzing sound, pouncing towards the Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, the huge Ghost King was covered by the soul-devouring demon insects, leaving only its two scarlet eyes vaguely visible. Gnawed by the soul-devouring demon insects, the Ghost King seemed to be unable to be controlled by Yin Lesheng and Hua Fei Chen, constantly writhing and howling in pain. Hua Fei Chen knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly shouted, "End this quickly." Once the soul-devouring demon insects appeared, they couldn't afford to delay. If this dragged on, the Ghost King would be gnawed until there was nothing left of it. At that time, he and Yin Lesheng would also suffer the pain of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. More than a dozen disciples had died in front of him, and Hua Fei Chen didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Yin Lesheng was also a smart person, so he naturally understood the gravity of the situation, so he immediately joined forces with Hua Fei Chen and forced the Ghost King to attack. Roar. With a roar, the Ghost King's two eyes became even redder, as if they were filled with blood. It no longer paid attention to the interference of the soul-devouring demon insects and directly flew towards Yang Kai. In mid-air, the huge ghost claw reached out and a black scythe suddenly appeared in its hand, slashing towards Yang Kai. Chapter 2553. The Ghost King's attack was extremely shocking. Before the attack even arrived, the biting cold wind had already cut Yang Kai's skin painfully. Wang. The myriad sword hummed as Yang Kai slashed it upwards, pushing his Emperor Qi fiercely as a dazzling sword light burst forth. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's pouncing figure paused slightly, its huge body leaning back a little, showing just how powerful Yang Kai's attack was. The feedback from the Ghost King made Yin Lesheng and Hua Fei Chen's eyes shrink at the same time, unable to believe what they were seeing. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing directly into the white light curtain before coming to a stop. A trace of horror flashed across his eyes, as if he hadn't expected the Ghost King to be so powerful. On the other side, Yin Lesheng saw Yang Kai suffer a loss and couldn't help laughing. With me and Martial Uncle Hua working together, this Ghost King's strength is comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, what are you going to use to fight me? Quickly die. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the Ghost King to pounce on Yang Kai again, wanting to take Yang Kai's life before he could catch his breath. Kai. The huge black scythe slashed down again with unstoppable might, directly cutting Yang Kai's body in half. Hua Fei Chen raised his brow and shouted without hesitation, "An illusion." With the two of them working together, their perceptions seemed to have become extremely sharp. They immediately saw that Yang Kai had already escaped, and that what was cut in half was just an illusion left behind by Yang Kai. "Ghost King, come back." Yin Lesheng also shouted without hesitation, changing his hand seals continuously. The Ghost King suddenly burst into a cloud of black mist. It disappeared strangely. The next moment, 3 meters in front of Yin Lesheng and Hua Fei Chen, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared, his expression indifferent, the myriad sword in his hand pulsing with sword chi as he slashed towards the two. Yin Lesheng met his eyes and sneered. There wasn't the slightest panic. Behind Yang Kai, a cloud of black fog suddenly appeared. In the black fog, the Ghost King's body was faintly discernible, and a huge sickle swept across the sky. Yang Kai frowned as a chill ran down his spine. How could he not know that the Ghost King had caught up to him? He didn't expect this thing to be so difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones that he couldn't get rid of. He had originally planned to capture the ringleader and kill Yin Lesheng and Hua Fei Chen. He would not fight the Ghost King head-on. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work out. In a hurry, Yang Kai had no choice but to flee from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 feet away. What's the point of jumping around, Yang Kai? If you're still a man, let's go all out and fight. Yin Lesheng was furious. He found that although this space had been sealed, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his space ability to escape, Yang Kai was still able to move freely in this sealed space, as slippery as a loach, making it impossible for him to catch him. Yang Kai sneered, "You joined forces with your martial uncle and so many brothers to support you, yet you still have the nerve to say that you want to go all out and fight with me. Are you out of your mind?" Yin Lesheng's face was filled with embarrassment, but he still stubbornly said, "If you have the ability, you can also find your martial uncle and brothers. This Yin won't say anything to you." Yang Kai snorted, twisting words and forcing logic. He pointed the myriad sword in his hand at Yin Lesheng and said provocatively, "Surnamed Yin, new and old grudges are destined to be settled today. If you're still a man, fight one-on-one with this young master and see if this young master can beat you to the point that even your mother won't recognize you. My mother died a long time ago, why bother with her?" Yin Lesheng said angrily. Yang Kai said sarcastically, "You are the chief disciple of Netherworld sect and an overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory. What's wrong? You don't even have the guts to fight one-on-one with me?" Yin Lesheng's face was gloomy and anger surged in his heart. Even the Ghost King under his control flickered with light. Whether it was as the chief disciple of Netherworld sect or as the overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory, Yin Lesheng had his own pride. If it were anyone else who said this, he would have already rushed over and slapped them, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to fight one-on-one. He had also seen Yang Kai's strength and ability. He was definitely not his opponent, so he would be the one to suffer a loss. "Martial nephew, his stalling for time," Hua Fei Chen said with a cold face. As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghost King intentionally or unintentionally. The Ghost King's body was densely covered with soul-devouring insects, which were constantly emitting crackling sounds. Obviously, they were devouring the Ghost King's energy. In such a short time, Hua Fei Chen could already feel that the Ghost King had weakened a lot. If he continued to dawdle, he was afraid that before Yang Kai could kill him, the Ghost King would die first. Once the Ghost King was destroyed, all the Netherworld sect disciples present would suffer a backlash, including him and Yin Lesheng. "I know." Yin Lesheng gritted his teeth. "There's no time to lose, hurry up," Hua Fei Chen shouted as he formed a seal again. Yin Lesheng cooperated with him and glanced at Lin Er outside, whether intentionally or unintentionally. "What a waste." Lin Er coldly snorted. A group of people was fighting one person, and even something like the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was arranged, yet they were still being slaughtered. How could this group of people from Netherworld sect be so useless? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have come to them to help her vent her anger. Now that she hadn't vented her anger, she had accumulated a lot. Especially when she saw Yang Kai strutting around, Lin Er's lungs were about to explode. She couldn't wait to go up and teach him a lesson herself. She didn't even consider that she was from the Third Order Dao Source realm. How could she have the ability to teach Yang Kai a lesson? Didn't she see that Hua Fei Chen, Yin Lesheng, and the others were now facing a formidable enemy? Aoo. It was unknown what secret technique the two Netherworld sect disciples from the Emperor realm had used, but the Ghost King suddenly roared towards the sky, and the scythe in its hand became even more powerful. Its huge body, like a willow catkin, floated in front of Yang Kai in an instant and swept towards him. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Do you think this kind of attack is still effective against this young master?" Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to capture their leader. He just needed to continue wasting time with this group of Netherworld sect disciples, and it wouldn't take long for the soul-devouring insects to devour the Ghost King. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action personally, as the people from the Netherworld sect wouldn't have a good end. So when he spoke, he was about to move away. But at this moment, the huge ancient cassia phantom on the white light curtain that had been covering the earth shook, and a branch peeled off from the light curtain and swept towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. How could Yang Kai have thought of such a change? He didn't know how this white light curtain was formed, and thought that it was something arranged by the Netherworld sect disciples. Previously, this thing didn't make any unusual movements, and only sealed the space around it, so Yang Kai wasn't prepared at all. This moment of carelessness caused one of his arms to be tied up by the branch. Stunned, he struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. But this wasn't the end. As the ancient cassia phantom continued to shake, 3 more branches attacked him like soft whips, accurately wrapping around his other arm and 2 legs. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was entangled by 4 branches and pulled into the shape of the Chinese character. The branches tightened and dragged him into the air. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at the red-clothed girl called Lin only to see that her small face was slightly pale and her hands were forming seals as if she was using some kind of secret technique. It was all her doing. Yang Kai suddenly realized and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Little girl, you're courting death." Because he was worried about the other party's background, he had only given her a small punishment in Desolate City. Now that he saw her mingling with the people from the Netherworld sect, he didn't want to do anything to her. He just planned to deal with these people from the Netherworld sect and ignore her. Who would have thought that she would have such a strange method, catching him off guard? Yang Kai's heart was filled with killing intent. Lin was also taken aback when she saw him so fierce, but she soon gritted her teeth and said, "I won't die even if you die." Yin Lesheng laughed and said, "Young lady Lin well done. Let's see how this little brat will hide." Although Hua Fei Chen didn't say a word, he was still pushing his Emperor Qi to control the Ghost King to rush in front of Yang Kai with Yin Lesheng. The huge scythe swung down and the aura of death rushed towards Yang Kai. Yin Lesheng's eyes widened, seemingly wanting to enjoy the scene of Yang Kai's death. Hua Fei Chen also had a smile on his face, feeling that this matter was finally over. If Kai Yang was still able to escape under these circumstances, then that would be too inconceivable. The attack arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink to the size of a needle tip as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." With a deafening roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The whole world seemed to tremble as dragon pressure filled the air, causing all creatures to submit. The Ghost King pouncing towards Yang Kai couldn't help but pause slightly, its attack also pausing for a moment. Yin Lesheng and Hua Fei Chen opened their mouths wide as they stared at the roaring dragon head in a daze, a feeling of absurdity rising in their hearts. Lin was even more unbearable. Her cultivation was the lowest, so under the influence of the dragon pressure, her tender body swayed and she almost fell. Affected by this, the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl was greatly reduced. She couldn't display the full power of this Emperor artifact, nor could she maintain it for long, so under this influence, the pure white light curtain showed signs of collapsing. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of big scenes, so she quickly grit her teeth and held on, not daring to let Yang Kai break free from her shackles. The golden dragon head phantom flashed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws and strange dragon scales appeared on his exposed skin. Even behind him, a dragon tail composed of golden energy appeared and swept across the ground, creating a shocking sight. Hong. The Ghost King's attack arrived as expected and landed directly on Yang Kai's chest. G. A teeth-numbing sound of friction rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's attack didn't seem to have hit flesh and blood, but rather the hardest artifact. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, but what stunned everyone was that while the blood of others was red, his was golden. On his chest, there was a foot-long wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Even though Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation secret technique, which greatly increased his defensive power, he still felt uncomfortable after taking the Ghost King's attack head-on. Chapter 2554. If it weren't for the soul-devouring insects devouring a lot of the Ghost King's power, and if it weren't for his powerful physical body, this blow would have taken his life. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were extremely shocking, especially around his wounds, where there was a dark energy entangling them, hindering Yang Kai's recovery and eroding his flesh and blood. This was the Ghost King's yin energy, which was extremely difficult to expel. He didn't die. Yin Lisheng's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe how hard Yang Kai's body was, and that strange secret technique he had just used. He clearly saw a dragon head and felt a pure dragon pressure radiating from it. Could that really be a divine spirit? Thinking so, Yin Lisheng's legs trembled for no reason. I can't hold on much longer, Lina gritted her teeth and whispered. With her weak cultivation, it was already very rare for her to be able to use an emperor artifact like the Tai cinnamon bowl for such a long time. She couldn't hold on for much longer, and with her mind shaken by the dragon pressure just now, her source qi was running out and she couldn't hold on any longer. Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Chen were shocked when they heard this and didn't dare to be negligent. They pushed their emperor qi and controlled the Ghost King to attack again. It wasn't easy to use this young lady's power to restrain Yang Kai and make him a target. If they still couldn't kill him, then only death awaited them. You're all going to die. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he struggled to break free. With a few cracking sounds, the branches that bound his hands and feet were broken. Lina let out a soft cry, as if she had suffered some backlash. The pure white light screen slowly retracted. It turned back into a sparkling and translucent jade bowl and flew towards her, disappearing into her body. Without the suppression of this emperor artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten, and his whole body was full of energy. It wasn't until now that he realized that the white light curtain was actually an emperor artifact. The Ghost King pounced ferociously, but Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it, his expression solemn. Emperor Qi surged like a tide as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, shuttling like a dream. The moment the flowing time Great Emperor used the divine technique of the Great Emperors, time seemed to freeze at this moment. The seal rumbled towards Yin Lisheng and Hua Fei Chen, but the two of them were completely unaware of it as they stared ahead with wide eyes. It felt like an instant, but it also felt like millions of years. By the time their eyes regained their clarity, the seal was already in front of them. Yin Lisheng's face filled with horror as his hands quickly danced. Blood essence kept spurting out of his mouth as he shouted, "Martial uncle, hold on." No one knew what kind of secret technique he used, but he quickly retreated like a loach. At the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit rapidly weakened. Even though he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, his cultivation level also plummeted. This secret technique seemed to be extremely harmful to the user. Hua Fei Chen was inconsolable. The others didn't know what kind of secret technique Yin Lisheng had used. However, he was extremely clear about this. Yin Lisheng had obviously severed his own cultivation. He had used this opportunity to cut off his connection with the Netherworld Purgatory banner. In this way, he wouldn't suffer the backlash of the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, but correspondingly, he would be giving up all his years of cultivation in the Netherworld sect. Everything would have to start from scratch, and there was even the danger of damaging his foundation. He had been entrusted by this martial nephew of his to come here with more than 20 disciples to help him get rid of his enemies, but at this critical moment of life and death, he had actually fled and pushed himself out to take the blame. What could be more depressing than this? Hua Fei Chen almost coughed up blood in anger as he cursed the Netherworld sect for raising such an ungrateful wretch. How could he not have seen it before? It was true that distance tested a horse's strength, and time revealed a person's heart. If he had a choice, he would rather have stayed in the sect and meditated. How could he have run out into these muddy waters, putting his life on the line? Before he could finish his thoughts, the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling like a shuttle seal had already reached him. It was also thanks to his resistance that Yin Lisheng was able to escape. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Hua Fei Chen's skin became old and his vitality quickly drained from his body. It was as if thousands of years had passed. Bastard! Hua Fei Chen turned his head to look in the direction Yin Lisheng had escaped and cursed while clenching his teeth. Then, his head tilted and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The principle of time had eroded his body, making him unable to resist at all. Death was only a matter of time. Without his control, the Ghost King suddenly went berserk, its eyes turning red like burning charcoal as it waved the huge scythe in its hand and attacked aimlessly. More than a dozen screams sounded at the same time as the Netherworld sect disciples who were still at death's door fell to the ground one after another. Black energy emerged from their bodies and burned them like flames. They had obviously suffered a backlash and had no hope of survival. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, nor did he care about the Ghost King that had gone out of control. He just coldly glanced in Lin Er's direction and snorted, "I'll deal with you later." As soon as Lin Er met his cold gaze, she couldn't help shivering. It seemed that she really wasn't scared, but she still stubbornly glared at Yang Kai, not flinching. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after Yin Lisheng. "Young lady, run." Old Fu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly sent a message. If they didn't run now, they might not have another chance to escape. 2 Netherworld sect masters from the Emperor realm had joined forces, more than 20 disciples assisted them, and even summoned their Ghost King, but they still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai and were instead being slaughtered. This guy called Kai Yang, his strength was simply too strong. His loss in Desolate City was not unjustified. With the strength he showed, killing him would be no different from crushing an ant. "What are you running for?" Lin Er shouted angrily, "This young lady is right here, let's see if he dares to attack me." She said this out of anger, mainly because no one dared to kill her. What's more, her legs were weak and she really couldn't run. Old Fu was anxious and said, "Young lady, can't you see that he is in a killing frenzy? If he accidentally injures young lady's precious body, how can this old master explain it to master?" Lin Er snorted, "Give him 180 times the courage. Let's see if he tries." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Because of the young lady's interference, Yang Kai was struck by the Ghost King, and his wound was still bleeding. He definitely wouldn't let the young lady go easily. Old Fu's earnest persuasion was useless, but he didn't dare to force the young lady, so he was really anxious. On the other side, Yin Lisheng didn't escape far before Yang Kai caught up. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tracking and escaping were his forte. What's more, Yin Lisheng's strength had plummeted, and his aura was constantly weakening. He was on the verge of the Tao Source realm, so how could he outrun him? As he ran, he looked back and saw Yang Kai following behind him like a ghost, his face so cold that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost. While chasing, Yang Kai ridiculed, "Run? Let's see where you can run to." Yin Lisheng knew that he couldn't escape, so he steeled his heart and suddenly summoned an object in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and was about to activate its power. But the moment he turned around, he was startled because Yang Kai was already standing in front of him, staring coldly at the object in his hand. Before Yin Lisheng could activate his power, Yang Kai had already swung his myriad sword. Shua, one of Yin Lisheng's arms flew out. Blood gushed out from the severed arm like a fountain. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the object that Yin Lisheng had been holding in his hand, glanced at it, and coldly snorted, "Emperor Authority Bead. I knew it was this damn thing." Previously, in the Shattered Star Sea, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master Feng Shi, so he knew that the most outstanding disciples of their sects had treasures bestowed by their elders to protect them. The Emperor Authority Bead was the most common thing. Although it was not easy to condense and was still a consumable, if one had one on them, they could turn defeat into victory at a critical moment. Feng Shi had almost used his father's Emperor Authority Bead to kill Yang Kai. Once bitten by a snake. 10 years of being afraid of ropes, how could Yang Kai not be on guard against Yin Lisheng? So this time, he didn't give Yin Lisheng a chance to summon the Emperor Authority Bead and directly cut off his arm. Yin Lisheng, whose arm had been cut off, seemed to have only just realized what had happened. Staring at his severed arm in a daze, he screamed miserably, staggered back, and fell to the ground, his face ashen. Zheng. A cold light approached as Yang Kai, holding the myriad sword, looked down at Yin Lasheng condescendingly, the tip of the sword pointed at the bridge of Yin Lasheng's nose. The sword chi was like the tongue of a viper, swallowing and spitting. Yin Lasheng's screams came to an abrupt end as he couldn't help gulping, a look of horror on his face. He knew that he had been thoroughly defeated. Even if Yang Kai spared him this time, Yin Lasheng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate again, because in order to escape, he had used a forbidden technique to sever his cultivation, damaging his foundation. At this moment, his strength had fallen to the Saint King realm, and it was still falling. Speaking of which, we don't seem to have any deep enmity between us. Yang Kai looked at Yin Lasheng, letting the blood from his chest drip to the ground as he said expressionlessly, "You're courting death." If he had stayed in the Netherworld sect to consolidate his cultivation and put aside his grievances with Yang Kai, he might have been able to take over his master's mantle and take charge of the Netherworld sect in the future, but he had brought people here to intercept and kill Yang Kai. One wrong step after another. Yin Lasheng grinned. On the path of the martial Tao, who can say clearly what is right and wrong? Today, I am defeated, but in the future, you may not be able to reach the peak, so what are you so proud of? Perhaps. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but I can go further than you and see more. Yin Lasheng's mouth twitched, seemingly speechless. What are your last words? Let's hear them. Yang Kai asked lightly. Yin Lasheng ground his teeth. I will wait for you on the Yellow Spring Road, still so stubborn. Yang Kai coldly snorted, pointing his sword forward, believe it or not, I won't kill you and will refine your soul. Yin Lasheng closed his mouth at once, no longer daring to act presumptuously. Sometimes, death was not the most terrible thing, what was more terrible was to live a life worse than death. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning, I was just kidding. As he spoke, the myriad's sword sank slightly and slowly stabbed forward. Yin Lasheng's eyes widened in an instant as he clearly heard the myriad's sword stabbing into his body and into his heart. That slow and terrifying feeling instantly enveloped him. Chapter 2555. My Netherworld sect will not let you off so easily. A murmur sounded from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Hua Fei Chen lying on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at him. His eyes were completely ashen, as if he had been dead for God knows how many days. After saying this, his head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. He had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's seal of shuttle, but he had managed to hold on until now. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about the threat of death. Reaching out, he took the space ring from Yin Lasheng's hand and threw it into his sleeve. This was the chief disciple of the Netherworld sect, so he must have a lot of good things on him. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Before he could turn around and deal with Hua Fei Chen's body, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly threw away the Emperor Authority bead in his hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Emperor Authority bead exploded and turned into dust that dissipated into the air. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and uncertain. His good mood was instantly ruined. He gritted his teeth and said, restrictive spell. He didn't know what kind of restriction had been placed on the Emperor Authority bead, but it was definitely related to Yin Lasheng's life and death. After all, this was a protective treasure given to Yin Lasheng by the Netherworld sect's sect master. Once Yin Lasheng died, the restriction would be triggered, causing this Emperor Authority bead to go to waste. Yang Kai's heart ached, but at this point, there was no point in feeling distressed, so he could only collect his emotions, walk over to Hua Fei Chen, and collect his space ring. On the other side, the Ghost King that had lost control was no longer a concern. Countless soul-devouring insects were gnawing at its body. They treated it as a delicious meal. Presumably, it wouldn't take long for it to be completely devoured. More than 20 corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the smell of blood was pungent. Yang Kai himself was also injured. The wound caused by the Ghost King's scythe had not healed yet. The edges of the wound were twisted with dark energy, constantly corroding his flesh. Yang Kai waved his hand. Immediately, a small swarm of soul-devouring insects flew toward him and landed on his wound. Since the soul-devouring insects could eat the Ghost King, then, They would definitely be able to deal with the Ghost King's cold aura. He had summoned them over to treat his injuries. Just as he thought, the soul-devouring insects started devouring his wounds as soon as they fell into them. A moment later, the pitch-black energy was completely swallowed up, and without the erosion and interference of this cold aura, the powerful restorative ability of Yang Kai's golden blood finally played a role. His flesh and blood began wriggling, and it would probably only take a few days for him to fully recover. Until now. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the girl in red. The moment their gazes met, Lina couldn't help but gulp. Even though she spoke beautifully just now, she was actually scared to death. She had never seen anyone so savage. He could actually fight one against many and kill all of his enemies. Moreover, the people he killed were not ordinary people. Those were two from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect, plus a group of Dao Source Realm Masters who had arranged the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array. Coupled with the huge wound on Yang Kai's chest, he looked even more ferocious. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lin would be lying if she said she didn't panic. She felt a little regretful now. If she had known this would happen, she would have fled with old Fu instead of staying here and acting brave. She didn't think that with Yang Kai's ability, even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be able to get far unless she and old Fu returned to the ancient land's passageway. Only with the help of the strange fog could they get rid of Yang Kai. ******. Yang Kai walked over step by step, his eyes cold, giving Lina great pressure. Old Fu was eager to protect his master and had already flashed in front of Lin with a vigilant look. "You're quite obedient." Yang Kai walked up to them, stood still, and pointed his sword at them, saying coldly, "Since you're so honest, this young master can give you a quick death. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Old Fu became anxious when he heard this. Is he serious? How many people in this world would dare point a sword at his young lady and ask her how she wants to die? Looking at the murderous look on Yang Kai's face, it seemed he really didn't intend to let them go. Thinking about it, he was bound by his young lady's emperor artifact and almost lost his life at the hands of the Netherworld sect's disciples. But how could his young lady die? If she died, this world would fall into chaos. Old Fu quickly said, "Young master, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This time, we were wrong. Please show mercy and pretend today's matter never happened." "How about it? Never happened?" Yang Kai squinted at him angrily and coldly snorted, "Are the wounds on this young master's body fake? How can I pretend it never happened? The wounds had not healed yet, and the white bones were still exposed. How could he pretend this never happened?" Old Fu's face darkened as he said, "This old master is saying this for your own good. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "This young master knows you have a powerful background and have the backing of the master, but so what? Once you fall into this young master's hands, your life and death are in my hands. Losers should know their place, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you believe I won't stab you with my sword?" Saying so, Yang Kai turned his sword and pointed it directly at old Fu's chest. His wrist swayed, and the sharp tip of the sword cut through old Fu's clothes, scaring him so much that he hurriedly took a step back. The momentum he had been trying to muster instantly disappeared like a frosted eggplant. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would stab him in a fit of anger. If the young lady was killed, this guy would definitely be in trouble, but if he was killed, no one would stand up for him. He was a guard responsible for protecting the young lady's safety, but now that he couldn't even protect his own life, how could he protect the young lady? He had met someone who didn't care about his life. Old Fu's heart was filled with hatred. If he had known that this person was so strong, and if he had known that the Netherworld sect's people were trash, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to cooperate with the Netherworld sect and brought the young lady to provoke Yang Kai again and again. But then again, who knew that a First-Order Emperor Realm Master would be so strong? Then what do you want?" Old Fu softened his momentum and asked weakly. Right now, he was meat on someone's chopping block, so he had no choice but to lower his head. He would put aside all humiliation for the time being and think about it when he was alive. Yang Kai's face sank as he said, An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This young master has already said that everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Your young lady is so stubborn, and sooner or later, she will cause a big disaster. Why don't this young master clean up the sect for the master behind you now so he won't have to worry about it? Old Fu was shocked. He felt like he was playing the lute to a cow just now. This person's murderous intent was unrelenting, and he was determined to kill the young lady. What should he do? He didn't dare to hesitate anymore and hurriedly said, "Do you know who we are? Who is my young lady?" "She is. Get lost." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and kicked him. Caught off guard, Old Fu could only watch helplessly as the foot came right at his face. He let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. His nose was almost crushed by the kick, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. After taking care of Old Fu with one kick, Yang Kai glared at the red-clothed girl and said in a deep voice, "You little devil, this young master was kind enough to let you go in Desolation City, but not only did you not repay him, you even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to bully this young master. Today, I will take your life and teach you that there are some people in this world you can't afford to offend." The girl was shocked and her beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "You dare!" But before she could finish her words, she saw Yang Kai raise his sword and slash at her. In an instant, the girl's pretty face turned extremely pale as the aura of death enveloped her, causing her whole body to turn cold and her hands and feet to tremble. She had never experienced anything like this before. Since she was a child, she had always been pampered and pampered. Who dared to disobey her orders wherever she went? Not to mention someone who dared to kill her. But now, someone wanted to take her life. It wasn't just empty words, he was really going to do it. She was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and using the Emperor artifact just now consumed a lot of her energy. Now that she couldn't even walk properly, how could she defend herself against this attack? Death. So this is what it feels like. Someone really dares to kill me. The girl was stunned in place, as if she had been paralyzed. The Myriad's sword slashed down, and Yang Kai didn't hold back at all. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, even Old Fu could be cut in two, let alone the delicate girl. But just as the Myriad's sword was about to hit, a black pendant around the girl's neck suddenly burst open, turning into a dark barrier that wrapped around her. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, the Myriad's sword hit the barrier but failed to damage it in the slightest. Instead, it knocked Yang Kai back a few steps. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't surprised at all, as if he had expected this. He stared at the dark barrier and coldly snorted. After the dark barrier protected the girl, it immediately turned into a beam of black light, circled the surroundings, and shot directly into Old Fu, who was lying on the ground. Asterisk Wang. Asterisk the world hummed as an unimaginable pressure suddenly spread out. Judging from the source, it was obvious that Old Fu was lying on the ground. Asterisk Hualala. Asterisk within 100 kilometers, all the birds and beasts scattered, as if they had sensed some kind of danger and fled for their lives. Yang Kai couldn't help gulping as he secretly raised his guard. He couldn't be more familiar with this scene. It was clearly the soul descent of a master. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, Feng Shi had played such a trick, and it was still fresh in his memory. These elites from the top sects all seemed to have their own trump cards. The Emperor Authority bead was the most common one, but the soul descent bead was undoubtedly more powerful. It was the descent of a true expert soul. Although it wouldn't be able to display the full strength of the expert, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. The descent of a master's soul not only brought about pressure in terms of strength, but also prestige and reputation. There were only so many top masters, so once a soul descent occurred, who dared to underestimate them? Feng Shi could make his father's soul descent into the Shattered Star Sea, so this young lady Lin could naturally do the same. Yang Kai had long known that this would happen, so he didn't expect to kill the girl, but he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 2556. That inexplicable master had his own reasons for choosing to use soul descent on Old Fu. Firstly, Lin was a woman, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Secondly, Old Fu was much stronger than Lin, so the soul descent would allow him to display more of his abilities. Moreover, it wouldn't matter even if old Fu's body was damaged afterwards. The soul descent of a master was also a great burden on the body of a weak person. Under Yang Kai's gaze, old Fu, who was lying on the ground, stood up straight. His white hair fluttered without the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the sea, inspiring awe in all who looked at him. In the blink of an eye, old Fu's temperament changed drastically. His gaze swept over everyone, as if he could look down on the world with disdain. Old Fu's gaze swept over everyone, pausing on Yang Kai for a moment before turning to Lin Er. His expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Lin Er also seemed to have reacted at this moment. She reached out and touched the place where the pendant used to be on her neck, then glanced at old Fu. After meeting his familiar gaze, she couldn't help shrinking her neck as she realized what was going on. "Father!" Lin Er called out softly like a mosquito. Instead of feeling happy about her father's soul descent, she looked scared instead. "Me." Old Fu coldly snorted and said indifferently, "Shouldn't you be reflecting on your mistakes behind closed doors? Why are you here?" Lin Er was rendered speechless by this question. Her eyes flinched, not daring to look at her father at all. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This young lady must have snuck out secretly. No wonder she's so scared even after her father's soul descent. Why do all these little girls like to do this? Mo Xiaoqi also often comes out of Spirit Beast Island. This girl in front of me is also the same. They're all spoiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "What trouble have you caused this time?" old Fu asked. Lin Er didn't answer. Instead, she looked around, as if looking for a way to escape. "Why aren't you answering my question?" old Fu suddenly shouted. Lin Er's tender body trembled as she reflexively blurted out, "Your daughter was bullied." As she spoke, tears fell one by one down her white cheeks. She was as sad as she could be. She was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before, as if she was a completely different person. Yang Kai was stunned. This young lady's acting. It seems she's done this kind of thing. Tears flowed down her cheeks as if they were free. She cried in a heartbroken manner, as if someone had really done something to her. She even pointed at Yang Kai and said, "It's him. Father. Is and his. Is." Lin Er's crying stopped abruptly. Old man Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. "This king is talking to his daughter. Since when did you have the right to interrupt?" Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips. His heart was filled with disgust. Old man Fu asked, "You don't seem surprised to see this king?" Yang Kai snorted. "What's there to be surprised about? If it weren't for your protection, with your daughter's temper and ability to cause trouble, she wouldn't have lived to this day. God knows where she would have died long ago." This guy wasn't polite to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't bother to give him a good face. Anyway, he wasn't in the wrong this time. Yang Kai didn't believe that this old man could really bully him. Feng Shi's father, Feng Xian, could stand up for his son regardless of his face, but this old man in front of him would never do that. He had to consider his own identity. It was because of this that Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. Lin Er stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had never thought that this guy's courage would be so big, daring to say such words to her father. This was not something anyone could do. How did she provoke such a person? Lin Er regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Old man Fu's eyes sharpened as he asked, "Boy, are you accusing this king of not disciplining her?" Yang Kai snorted and ignored him. Why ask such a simple question and slap his own face? Seeing his indifferent look, old man Fu was surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid of this king?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Why would I be afraid of you?" If it was before he went to the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai might have been afraid, but he was not an ignorant person now. He had even seen the great emperors of the secular world and the heaven-devouring great emperor, so he had a lot of experience. "Do you know who this king is?" Old man Fu asked again. Yang Kai remained indifferent for a while before cupping his fists and saying, "Junior Yang Kai greets the Serene Soul Master." This salute was not out of fear, but out of respect for the master. Old man Fu was really shocked this time. Yang Kai had actually seen through his identity, so it was obvious that he knew who he was. As Yang Kai said, the Soul Descender was one of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the Serene Soul Great Emperor. He was also the overlord of the Eastern Territory and the founder of the Serene Soul Palace. The soul contracts that circulated throughout the entire Star Boundary were also created by this person. Yang Kai knew this only because of the attitude of the Netherworld sect and the others towards Lin Er. The Netherworld sect was a top sect in the Eastern Territory, so if Lin Er's identity was not more noble than theirs, how could they be so polite to her? Who else could be more noble than the people of the Netherworld sect? It wasn't surprising that he knew about this after all the connections he had. How do you know? Old Man Fu raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, I guessed. Old Man Fu's eyes flashed, but he didn't dwell on this issue and pondered for a moment before saying, since you already knew Lin Er's background, why did you dare to kill her? Could it be, you want to lure this king out? This old man's mind is not ordinary. After being exposed, Yang Kai didn't hide it anymore and cupped his fists. Master's eyes are sharp. This junior does have such intentions. Of course, if he didn't show up, Yang Kai would really kill him to silence him. Lin Er had provoked him time and time again and almost caused him to die at the hands of the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai couldn't pretend that this matter didn't happen. Old Man Fu curiously asked, why did you try so hard to lure this king out? Yang Kai sighed and said with a bitter face, Master, this junior had no choice but to do this. I was forced by your daughter. What does it have to do with me? Lin Er didn't panic at this moment. Her father's soul was here, so her life was definitely not in danger. What she was worried about was how long she would be imprisoned after she was captured. Yang Kai glanced at her and snapped, if it weren't for your background, do you think you would still be alive to speak? Lin Er snorted and turned her head away, too lazy to argue with him. However, when she recalled the scene when Yang Kai swung his sword without the slightest hesitation, she couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. In her heart, she knew that he was right. If it weren't for her father's protection, she really would have died. Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists. Serene Soul Master, your daughter has made things difficult for me time and time again. This junior didn't want to argue with her. She's a little girl, after all, so it's understandable for her to be a little naughty. But this brat let her go again and again. Not only did she not appreciate it, she even colluded with the people of the Netherworld sect to ambush and kill me. This is truly intolerable. This brat was enraged and killed more than 20 people of the Netherworld sect here. Old Man Fu raised his eyes and looked over. He had noticed the corpses on the ground earlier, but he didn't expect them to be from Netherworld sect. Is this brat really so strong? He's just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can he kill so many people? Yang Kai continued, the deaths of the people from Netherworld sect are not regrettable, but your daughter didn't dare to act rashly. You're lying. Lin Er pointed angrily at Yang Kai and shouted, you clearly wanted to kill me just now. Yang Kai sneered, if I didn't put your life in danger, how could I lure the master out? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked, what do you want to do after luring this king out? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and said, Master, I don't dare to kill your daughter, but I have to vent my anger, right? Naturally, I can only look for you to reason with. Who told my fist to be weaker than yours? Old Man Fu sneered softly. What do you mean? Do you think I deserve to be bullied? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, I almost lost my life because of your daughter. Look at this wound, it hurts a lot. Old Man Fu glanced down at the foot-long wound on Yang Kai's chest and was a little moved. This brat can still talk to me without batting an eyelid after suffering such a serious injury. What a weirdo. Isn't he afraid that I'll smash him into a meat patty? This king understands. Then how are you going to reason with this king? Old Man Fu looked at Yang Kai calmly and said, this king is here now. Say whatever you want. You won't have the chance if you're too late. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Master, don't tell me you're thinking of killing me to silence me. If word of you doing such a thing as a master gets out, what will happen to your reputation? Old Man Fu said, no matter what your motive is, it's a fact that you want to kill this king's daughter. What does it matter if this king kills you? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, are you trying to bully me with your power? This old man is too shameless. I thought that as one of the 10 great emperors, he would at least care about his reputation. Who would have thought that he would be so shameless? On the other hand, Lin Er was happy and shouted, Father, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and kill him. Old man Fu sneered and looked at Yang Kai. Are you afraid? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, What's there to be afraid of? This young master has fought side by side with the great emperors. It's not like I haven't seen the great emperor's abilities. This young master is also a person who has seen the world. What's there to be afraid of? As soon as he said this, old man Fu's expression became strange and he asked, You fought side by side with old man Hong Chen? Yes. Yang Kai snorted and said, If master's true body came, this junior would naturally run away, but master is only a wisp of your soul now. How much strength can you display? Forgive this junior for being blunt, but this junior can drag your daughter down with me before I die. I don't know if master cares about your daughter's life. Chapter 2557. Yang Kai's ferocious look showed that he really intended to do so, not just for show. Despicable. Lin Er's face turned white with anger. This bastard really wants to kill me. You better not fall into this young lady's hands, or I'll make you suffer. Master, if you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai shook his myriad sword and assumed a posture of mutual destruction. Old Fu's expression was indifferent as he whispered, Fighting side by side with the great emperors of the human world. Boy, you're bragging a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Yang Kai said, Boy, I'm just stating facts and reasoning, I never brag. Is that so? Old Fu smiled meaningfully, pausing for a moment before saying, Just wait. Wait for what? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, frowning slightly. He didn't know what this person in front of him wanted to do, but he knew that he was no match for this person, so he didn't dare to take him lightly. This person in front of him was not someone Yang Kai could compare to. Although he was only a soul descender, Yang Kai didn't have much confidence in being an enemy, but when it came to escaping, he still had some confidence. If it wasn't for this, how could he still stand here and speak so confidently without a change in expression? Old Fu's eyes darkened as he stood motionless. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he didn't dare to make any movements lest he annoy the other party. Towering mountains were covered in white snow. Within the snow-capped mountains, there was a continuous rise and fall of buildings. From time to time, cultivators would fly through the air. The pavilions below were also bustling with people coming and going, creating an extremely lively scene. Brothers from the same sect were comparing notes with each other, just like beautiful flowers playing chess in a pavilion. Groups of maidservants passed by. They came and went in a hurry. Countless plum blossoms bloomed, releasing a delicate fragrance. Many tamed rare beasts ran through the forest, rolling up rays of light. It was like a paradise on earth, and the world energy was extremely rich. This was the overlord sect of the Eastern Territory, the Serene Soul Palace. Those who had never been to the Serene Soul Palace would never have dared to imagine such a scene inside the sect. Just by hearing the name of the sect, one would think that this place was filled with a ghostly aura. The difference between imagination and reality was simply too great. At the peak of the tallest mountain, under the cover of white snow, there was a palace that occupied a vast area. The palace was cold and cheerless, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Within a radius of 100 miles around the mountain, not a single person could be seen. Even the birds and beasts that scurried about in the wilderness did not dare to approach this place. This was the forbidden area of the Serene Soul Palace, the place where the great emperors of Serene Soul cultivated in seclusion. Serene Soul was one of the 10 great emperors and stood at the peak of the star boundary. It was normal for her to be in seclusion for several decades or even centuries. Without being summoned, no one dared to disturb him. Even her children needed to ask for permission before they could set foot in this place. However, even the young palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, Haiji, had not seen his father for a full 3 years. He only knew that his father seemed to be comprehending some kind of secret technique and could not be disturbed. At this moment, in the palace, under the flickering lights, two figures sat cross-legged facing each other. One of them had black hair without a beard, wore a black robe, and had an indifferent expression. However, he had the natural dignity of a superior, causing others to feel fear. This was the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, one of the great emperors, the Serene Soul Palace Master, one of the 10 great emperors. The person sitting opposite him was an elderly man. This elderly man did not seem to be sitting properly. His body was slumped, and he had a bored expression on his face. His eyes were rolling around, constantly looking left and right, as if he wanted to see if there was anything valuable in this damned place. He was prepared to take advantage of the great emperors of Serene Soul to steal it when they were not paying attention. That expression coupled with his actions at this moment could not be described as sneaky. If Haiji saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because only his father and a few of his closest confidants were allowed to set foot in this palace. No outsider had ever entered this place. However, at this moment, there was an elderly man of unknown origin sitting face to face with his father. Yet, his father wasn't on guard at all. If Yang Kai saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This elderly man was none other than Duan Hong Chen, who had not been separated from him for long in the wilderness of Purple Mountain. He did not know why Duan Hong Chen had come here, and directly found the great emperors of Serene Soul. In the silence, only the crackling of the lights could be heard. Suddenly, the great emperors of Serene Soul slowly opened his eyes. Duan Hong Chen was shocked. He straightened his back and asked anxiously, "Is it done?" "Not yet." The great emperors of Serene Soul slowly shook his head. Duan Hong Chen was startled and asked in astonishment, "If it's not done, then why are you opening your eyes? Hurry up and finish it, this old man still has something to ask of you." He had an extremely impolite look on his face, as if he was very familiar with the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "Your matter is not urgent. I have something to ask of you." Duan Hong Chen curiously asked, "Ask of me? What do you need to ask of me?" The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth said that he had fought side by side with you. Is this true?" Yang Kai had just started bragging, and he had already come to confront Duan Hong Chen. Who knew what Yang Kai would think if he knew? Duan Hong Chen sneered and said, "You believe what others say? What nonsense. When did this old man ever fight side by side with others? He must be using this old man's tiger skin as a flag to scare you. Quickly send him away, this old man's matter is more important." Serene Soul nodded and said, "I think so too." He also felt that Yang Kai was bragging. Who was Duan Hong Chen? Even if he had cut off his own cultivation and his strength had greatly decreased, there was no need for him to join forces with others to fight against an enemy. However, Duan Hong Chen happened to be in his Serene Soul Palace at this moment, so it was not difficult to ask. "Wait a minute." Duan Hong Chen suddenly shouted again with a strange expression on his face, "Who said this guy? What does he look like?" He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a guy who had fought side by side with him, and it was not long ago. Serene Soul did not answer and just waved her hand in front of her. The space between them quickly rippled, and a clear image was immediately imprinted in Duan Hong Chen's eyes. It was the scene of Yang Kai holding the myriad sword and standing in front of the entrance of the ancient land's passageway, surrounded by corpses. Duan Hong Chen glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. How could it be this kid? The great emperors of Serene Soul was stunned. "You know him?" Duan Hong Chen's face suddenly became ferocious, and he gnashed his teeth. "This seat will recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Serene Soul, quickly kill him and help this seat vent my anger. This seat will remember this favor." The great emperors of Serene Soul sighed, "Heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor, if you continue to be long-winded, this seat will not be polite to you. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with." He could tell at a glance that the one who had spoken was not Duan Hong Chen, but the great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven, Wukong, who shared a soul with Duan Hong Chen. Duan Hong Chen laughed strangely. "Serene Soul, How dare you speak to this seat with this kind of tone? I didn't see you with this kind of courage in the past. The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with. He did not mention what had happened in the past, so it was obvious that he had also suffered a great loss at the hands of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Duan Hongchen's face darkened. Can't you change your lines? What's the point of threatening this seat with this? The great emperors of Serene Soul's expression did not change, and he still smiled. This seat's Serene Soul finger, fuck you. Even the great emperors of heaven, devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven, could not help but curse at this moment. At this moment, Duan Hongchen suddenly shivered, and the ferocious expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of anger. No one would be in a good mood if their body was suddenly controlled by another soul. However, neither he nor the heaven-devouring great emperor could do anything to each other. Serene Soul saw that the heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor had been suppressed, so she asked, "Do you really know this kid?" "Oh." Duan Hongchen smacked his lips. "The kid I told you about before, this is him." Serene Soul raised her eyebrows. "He's the one who joined forces with you to attack the heaven-devouring great emperor? And he ruined the heaven-devouring great emperor's plan?" Duan Hongchen said helplessly, "That's right, but the situation is a little complicated, so I can't explain it in a short time. Anyway, you saw the end result." The great emperors of Serene Soul nodded lightly. "So, he really wasn't bragging. What do you want to do with him?" Duan Hongchen glanced at Yang Kai on the hologram in front of him with some worry. He knew that the great emperors of Serene Soul had descended somewhere, and it seemed that his troublemaking daughter had encountered some kind of danger. The descent of the great emperor's souls was no joke, so they had to get something out of it. Just like some treasured swords, once they were out of their sheaths, they had to drink blood. The descent of the great emperor's souls would be shameful if they ran back without killing some people. If it was someone else, it would not be a big deal, but Yang Kai. Duan Hongchen really did not want him to die at the hands of Serene Soul. In any case, he had helped a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul glanced at him and said, "You want me to let him go?" Both of them were old monsters who had cultivated for who knows how many years, so Serene Soul knew what Duan Hongchen was thinking. It just so happened that this old thing would owe her another favor. Serene Soul secretly calculated in her heart. "I'm not related to him, so whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. Why ask me?" Duan Hongchen flicked his sleeves, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Serene Soul could guess what he was thinking, so how could he not guess Serene Soul's plan? He already owed her a favor, so if he owed her another one, he was afraid that he would have to work like an ox for Serene Soul for the rest of his life. He would not do such a bad deal. "Okay, then this king will kill him." Serene Soul nodded. "Although my daughter is a bit mischievous, she is not someone that can be bullied by just anyone." Heh. Duan Hongchen smiled slyly and said, "If you want your daughter to be buried with him, you can do it." Serene Soul's face sank. "Duan Hongchen, you are looking down on this king too much. Although this king is only a soul wisp, it won't take much effort to take down a First-Order Emperor Realm Master." Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "An ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master is naturally not your opponent, but this boy, TSK, he's not ordinary. If you want to take him down, I'm afraid it will take some effort." Chapter 2558. Serene Soul said angrily, "Duan Hongchen, enough is enough." This was no longer respect for that little brat, but looking down on herself. How could Serene Soul not be angry? Duan Hongchen said indifferently, "He is proficient in the Tao of Space." "Is that so?" Serene Soul was slightly surprised. Since Duan Hongchen said that this little brat was proficient in the Tao of Space, then he really was proficient in it. Such a person was not easy to kill. He has also learned the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. What? The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal? Serene Soul was really shocked this time. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was a divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was the only divine technique in the world that involved time principles. Even Serene Soul could not comprehend it. Once the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was used, he might really be able to kill his own daughter. Right, the mountains and rivers bell is also in his hand. Duan Hong Chen threw out a little bit of information, but it seemed to hit Serene Soul again and again, causing his expression to become more and more exaggerated. Quietly looking over, Duan Hong Chen was very pleased. He did not know how he knew this. After all, Yang Kai did not reveal so much information in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul's face was already dull, the corners of his mouth twitching. After a long while, he asked in a deep voice, Yuanding's mountains and rivers bell? Duan Hong Chen raised his eyebrows. Besides that mountains and rivers bell, what other mountains and rivers bell does he have? Serene Soul's expression twitched even more. Although he was one of the 10 great emperors and didn't lack emperor artifacts, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient exotic treasure. It was impossible for him not to covet it. In the past, when they besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor, the heaven-devouring great emperor had risked injury to kill Yuanding first. The biggest reason was that he feared the suppression power of the mountains and rivers bell. Even the heaven-devouring great emperor was afraid of it. How could Serene Soul ignore this? The power of space. The flowing time great emperor, the mountains and rivers bell. This brat's luck was too good. How could he get all the good things? If an ordinary martial artist could get even one of them, it would already be a blessing. But this brat had it all in his hands. Who knew where his family's ancestral grave was? Those without fortune had no luck. This kid's luck was a little too heaven-defying. After a moment of silence, Serene Soul snorted coldly, "Why are you telling me this? You're so boring." Duan Hong Chen chuckled and said, "We're just chatting." He knew that Serene Soul probably wouldn't kill Yang Kai. This was because he didn't have the confidence to kill Yang Kai with his soul descent. If not, Duan Hong Chen wouldn't have revealed this information. While talking, Duan Hong Chen impatiently urged, "You should quickly solve the matter over there. This old master is still waiting for you to separate me from the heaven-devouring great emperor. This old dog has been entrenched in this old master's body. It's not convenient for this old master to go to the brothel to have some fun." Serene Soul's title was Serene Soul. Naturally, she was extremely proficient in the power of the soul. She was also one of the great emperors who had the most thorough understanding of the power of the soul. This was why Duan Hong Chen had come to the Serene Soul Palace to seek help from the great emperors of Serene Soul. He wanted to see if there was a way to separate the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul from his body. If even Serene Soul couldn't do it, then he could only maintain this state for the time being and think of another way. Thinking about the future, Duan Hong Chen couldn't help but shudder. Speaking of serious matters, Serene Soul's expression turned serious. "Hong Chen, I won't hide it from you. Your situation is a little tricky. I might not be able to help. Whether you can help or not, we'll see after we try," Duan Hong Chen said in a low voice. Serene Soul nodded and closed her eyes again. Outside the ancient land's passageway, Yang Kai held the myriad sword and kept his attention on old Fu. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After the great emperors of Serene Soul told him to wait, they suddenly stopped moving. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know what they were up to. Should he take advantage of their unpreparedness and run away first? But if he didn't solve the problem here, he might be targeted by the Serene Soul Palace. The Serene Soul Palace and the Netherworld sect weren't on the same level. Being targeted by the Serene Soul Palace was definitely not a good thing. As he thought about it, an even bolder idea came to his mind. Should he make the first move and kill the 2 people in front of him? Once and for all, everything would be over. However, this idea only appeared in Yang Kai's mind for a moment before it was thrown out of his mind. If he really did that, he would completely offend the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yang Kai decided to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. If the great emperors of Serene Soul really wanted to attack him, then it wouldn't be too late to make a plan. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin and happened to meet her gaze. As their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his expression terrifying. Lin was startled and quickly looked away. She wondered what her father, the master, was doing. Wouldn't it be fine if he just killed this brat? His daughter was being bullied, but he didn't stand up for her. How sad. At this moment, old Fu, who had been standing still, suddenly seemed to come back to his senses and looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask, "What can I do for you, master?" The corners of old Fu's mouth rose slightly as he looked Yang Kai up and down, then glanced at the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples who had died. He knew that these people's deaths were not unjust. A person with so many blessings and who had joined forces with the great emperors of the secular world to deal with the heaven-devouring great emperor, how could they be a match for him? The mountains and rivers bell, an ancient exotic treasure that had been taken out by Yuan Ding tens of thousands of years ago, had actually returned. "I've pretty much understood what happened," old Fu said lightly. "This matter is indeed my daughter being a little unreasonable. You have nothing to do with this." "Haha, master's eyes are really sharp." Yang Kai relaxed when he heard this, knowing that he was no longer in danger. Serene Soul was one of the great emperors, so since she had said so, she would definitely not make trouble for him. On the other hand, Lin Er pursed her lips in anger when she heard this, her face full of displeasure. Old Fu nodded and said, "The ancient lands are dangerous. Take care of yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lin Er, his emperor chi surging as he pulled Lin Er over. "Wait!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "Is there anything else?" Old Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai impatiently. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, "Master, you're not thinking of just leaving like this, are you? Are you kidding me? I was injured because of that troublesome woman, and you want to leave without saying anything?" Even if the heavenly emperor came, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. Old Fu was stunned and asked with a strange expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grimaced as he pointed to the gash on his chest and snorted, "Senior, this junior's injury was caused by your daughter. Even my bones were broken. If I were to recuperate like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover without a year or so." Old Fu looked down and saw the wriggling granulation around Yang Kai's wound, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help twitching. "Does he think I'm blind?" Although old Fu didn't know what kind of body-tempering secret art he cultivated, this kind of injury was nothing more than a flesh wound that would heal in a few days, yet he dared to say it would take him a year or so. How presumptuous. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his expression and continued, "So also said that the ancient lands are dangerous, and this junior has something to do inside. If this junior were to fall because of this wound, it would be difficult for your daughter to absolve herself from blame. If word of this spreads, Master's face will definitely be damaged. Others will definitely say that Master allowed his daughter to commit such a crime. TSK, does Master still care about his reputation? You dare threaten me?" Old Fu raised his brow slightly and asked with a dark expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai sheathed his sword and said in a trembling voice, "This junior's strength is not bad, but I am not confident I can enter this ancient land. If Master can reward me with a defensive artifact to cover my wound, that would be best." Old Fu laughed in anger and asked, "What kind of defensive artifact do you want? Tell me." Yang Kai said seriously, "The bowl in your daughter's hand. I think it's quite good." Lin Er was shocked and shouted angrily, "You scoundrel, how dare you have ideas about my baby?" Yang Kai glared at her and snorted, "Children shouldn't interrupt when the master is speaking." Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, "Do you want the Jade Osmanthus bowl?" "That thing is called the Jade Osmanthus bowl." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned meaningfully, "If Master can reward this junior, it would be best. To tell you the truth, this junior has been wandering the star boundary alone and is quite embarrassed. Although I have already broken through to the Emperor realm, I haven't been able to buy a handy artifact. Life is tough. The mountains and rivers bell is in your hands, yet you still dare to complain about being poor. Only a fool would believe you." Old Fu coldly snorted in his heart. "Master is one of the great emperors of this generation, so you don't lack an emperor artifact, right?" Yang Kai continued to pester Lin Er. He really did want the Jade Osmanthus bowl. It was a good defensive artifact, and he just happened to lack one, so it would be a waste to leave it in Lin Er's hands. If he could get his hands on it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. "My father is my father, and I am me. Why do you keep eyeing my baby? Lin was so angry that her nose was crooked. This little thief was too hateful, pestering her like this. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have already taught him a lesson. You're the one who brought this up. Look at my wound. Yang Kai puffed out his chest, scaring Lin so much that she immediately turned her head. He was always talking about his wound, but it really did look quite scary. Old Fu was indifferent for a while before nodding. What you say makes sense. It's not like I can't give you the Jade Osmanthus bowl. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He just wanted to fight for it. After all, the great emperors of Serene Soul had a great reputation, so even if they couldn't give him the Jade Osmanthus bowl, they could at least give him something else. Otherwise, wouldn't his enmity with Lin be in vain? But he never expected that the great emperors of Serene Soul would be so easy to negotiate with. Listening to what they said, it seemed that they really wanted to give him the Jade Osmanthus bowl. Yang Kai beamed with joy and directly stretched out his hand to Lin. Give it to me. Lin opened her mouth wide and looked at Old Fu with an aggrieved expression. Father. Old Fu remained calm and said lightly, I can give you the Jade Osmanthus bowl, but not for nothing. This king wants to exchange something with you. If you agree, the Jade Osmanthus bowl will be yours. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. What is it? There was actually a condition. What did this mean? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.